On a June night in 1980, 12 of her friends were murdered. Why should June 1981 be any different? Hello, huge movie fanatic Nate, stopping on by, once again joined by Jesse from Down Under, this time to talk about Friday the 13th, Part 2, The Body Count continues. Welcome, Jesse.
Thanks for having me on, mate. And I'm raring to go on this one.
Thank you very much for being a part of yet another one of these Friday the 13th fan discussions. I don't know, I think it's only fair to say that this will be very, very interesting for me because as we, anyone who listened to our discussion for the first film may or may not know, if they heard the whole thing, at this one, Friday the 13th Part 2, is your favorite film from the franchise, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's pretty much as far as I can remember, it's always been my favorite. Don't really remember a time when it wasn't.
Okay, that's very interesting. I know that for a lot of us, throughout the decades and the years of our fandom of our favorite franchises, in this case, Friday the 13th being both of our favorite franchises, a lot of times films and people's, fandom or whatever throughout the years will, kind of, the ranking will kind of change and from here to there, and different films will kind of trade places and stuff. So that's interesting to hear that from, the best of your recollection, this film has always, maintained the number one spot for you.
Yeah, I think there's a number of reasons. I think one of the biggest reasons is probably because this is the one that scared me the most as a youth. You know, Tater Sack Jason, as us fans have affectionately dubbed him in this movie, always scared me as a child. So I think that's definitely got something to do with it, mate.
Yeah, that's very understandable. Where would you like to begin with our talk on Friday the 13th, Part 2?
Well, I just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. Just mention like a couple of things that I didn't mention. When we are talking about the original film, I just wanted to mention like I mean people probably know this stuff, but I like to recite this stuff just for like just reasons. Because I love to do everything and everything Friday related. But I just wanted to mention the first film had like a very, very modest budget. Do you actually know how much the budget was, Nate, or do
Mm,
you have any recollection of that?
not off the top of my head. Sounds like you might have that figure for us.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it was 550,000.
Wow, almost the price of a car these days.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, times have changed, eh? And the box office was 59 million. Yeah, well, 59.8 million. That's domestic, so that'll be for you guys in the US.
Okay, yeah, very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. I know that. I'm pretty sure that Friday the 13th. I don't know if it did in total, but I'm pretty sure that it outperformed Stanley Kubrick's The Shining at least for a little while there, maybe all the while. But that's kind of interesting that this little known independently made slasher film is outperforming Stanley Kubrick film.
Yeah, I believe you're correct on that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did outgross The Shining. Yeah, nothing against The Shining. Shining's a masterpiece in its own right, but slashes were big, around that time, and Friday really kicked open the door for pretty much the slasher craze, and I guess that's almost not really an opinion, but kind of a fact, eh?
Oh, absolutely. And I wanted to mention that we kind of started this particular fan discussion with little bit of the spiel from the trailer, it kind of only makes sense to, now that we're kind of, I take it we're kind of starting this discussion by talking about some of the things we forgot to mention about the first film. And one of the things I forgot to mention, or we both forgot to mention, was the trailer for the first film was probably kind of maybe revolutionary to a certain extent by just, and really kind of milking the, what would you call exploitation slasher aspect of the movie by basically making the trailer basically more or less just promoting the kills for the movie. So the movie, the promotional trailer for the film, and even TV spots and stuff and radio spots are basically just showcasing the kills and the number of kills that can be expected when you're watching the film. And that way it's their way to try to get you into the theater to see these kills. And I don't know, I'm not a trailer expert, but maybe it's one of the first trailers to really take that kind of route.
Yeah, that's true. The trailer really was original in its own way, and I think I've remembered the guy's name who does all the trailer voices for all the Friday films and a lot of other things. Don Fontaine, I believe the man's name was. Great voice.
Yeah, I think he was a trailer voice for quite a long time.
Yeah, I think he's run like I think started maybe sometime in the 70s, and I think at least by the early 2000s, I think he was still going. So that's quite a run there, and I think it's fair though that we can still touch a little bit upon a couple of little things we forgot to mention in the discussion on the first movie, because the second movie does start off with footage from the first movie.
Well, there you
So
go.
I think we can get away with that.
Right, there's no rules, so
Yeah, I know. I'm just being playful.
he's being playful.
Yeah, and I just wanted, also, start off by mentioning, the budget for the second one. Yeah, it was a pretty big kick up, and it was 1.25 million, mate. Yeah, so yeah, quite a bit more than the first movie, and grossed just over 21 million, which is quite a drop off from the first movie. I mean, I've heard people say that they reckon that was because, like, around the time the second one came out, there was, like, by that point, a bit of a glut of slashes around the time. So I don't know if Friday 2 kind of got lost in the mix a bit because of that, or what's your thoughts on that, Nate?
Yeah, I'd say most likely what you just mentioned. Just by the time it's funny that by just a year later, there was really a big surge in these kind of copycat slashers. Let's capitalize off the success of Halloween and just like you say, I mean, Terror Train 1980, The Burning, frickin' 1981, Madman 1981, and probably a bunch that I can't think of off the top of my head. I would say that had a lot to do with the drop off or the box office drop off of the second film. One thing I don't want to forget to mention is how remarkable it is that I want to say that Friday the 13th, 1980 opened in May of 1980, and how remarkable is it by the time you get to like August, September of 1980, the film has already done well enough where they're starting the production on the second film just May, June, July, like 5 months or 5 or 6 months after the release of the first film. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Film definitely made an impression. That's for sure. Um, and what was I going to mention? I was going to what was it? Drawing a blank. Oh yeah, that was what I was going to say. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, I wonder if any of it had to do with maybe, why the second one didn't make quite as much as the original was. Do you reckon people at the time might have thought, like, really, they made a sequel to that movie, but everyone died at the end? Like, how could you really make a sequel to that?
Oh, that's a really good point. Absolutely. And just you saying that reminds me of the fact that the trailer for Friday the 13th Part 2 pretty heavily, or at least at the beginning of it, features Adrienne King as the Alice character. So the trailer almost makes it seem like she's going to be the star again and
Is the
everyone
star.
around
Yeah.
her is going to die.
Well, that's true. Yeah. She's really the only one that really survives that movie. Um, it's interesting too, like how they decided not to go with what they do with some other slashers, where like if the heroine from the last movie comes back, she's got like a whole new group of friends for the killer to bump off. Like I know they were guilty of doing that, like in the Elm Street series and things of that nature.
Yeah, like 4 to 5.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, with Alice is like where they did that the most. Yeah. Yeah. Are you aware of where the sequel was shot, Nate?
Was it something Connecticut?
Yeah, it was shot like in a few towns in Connecticut. Yeah, Kent, Connecticut, and Litchfield, Connecticut. I believe is how you pronounce that. Yeah. So it was mainly shot around that area, and lots changed in those locations over the years. Most of the locations for the film don't exist anymore, and sadly, including the legendary camp itself, Camp Packanack.
Packanack Lodge, yeah, Counselor Training Center. What a gosh darn bummer. Can you remember when that was torn down?
No, not really. I don't really have I don't really have any knowledge on exactly when that was. Although, wait, if I scan through memories,
Maybe '08
it
or
could have been, yeah, it could have been around '08 actually, yeah, because I do remember seeing there was one guy that was doing like a locations video, and I think he actually, he drove on to like the construction site, and he saw, I think, I can't remember if it was like the foundation that was left from the camp itself, or like they'd laid a new foundation there, because I think it's just like a private home on that piece of property now. But that's a real shame. I think especially by that point, like if it was around like '07, '08, you would think by that time like Friday had like reached a pretty legendary status by then. You think they would have thought that, hey, like maybe we should keep this around like as a tourist attraction.
yeah, that's absolutely true. But it's interesting how to us fans. I mean, obviously the popularity, the movies meant so much to us over the decades. But one has to remember that just because they meant a lot to us doesn't mean they matter a lot to everyone else. So I guess if you look at it through that lens, but I hear what you're saying. It's just such a shame that. That someone didn't, someone who understood the growing popularity of the franchise couldn't have stumbled upon that property, or actually actively seeked it out, or seek to acquire it to do just that, turn it into some kind of a fan tourist attraction or something like that, or at very least, maintain, or kind of keep the the filming location up and maintained. But it is one of the great tragedies, probably one of the the biggest losses from the franchise, I would say.
Yeah, I can totally understand where you come from then. But like everyone, the property wouldn't mean the same as it does to the general public. Yeah, I totally get that. But I don't know, like I don't know, just something about that. Like you would think, like even someone who's like not even a big horror fan, like would be aware of that sort of thing, I guess, by then. But oh well, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it now.
Son of a
um,
gun.
you're right. It is. I would say, especially for me, since it is my favorite in the franchise. It is definitely the biggest blow as far as like locations go. It's it's also a shame, like as far as I know, like no fan got on the site before they were able to knock it down and do like a video, like a locations video before that happened. Because I believe like up from the time that they shot the film, like up until probably when it got demolished, I believe the same guy like either owned it or ran the camp. He's actually on Crystal Lake Memories documentary, so I can't imagine that if a fan wanted to check out the property before that happened, that he would have been against it.
You talking about that reminds me of this. You must have seen this. I can remember seeing, I don't know if it's on like his name was Jason or Crystal Lake Memories or where I saw it, but I can definitely recollect seeing some kind of video of someone walking through, that main building with, being completely empty and with like no furniture or anything. Have you seen that?
It rings like a minor bell, but I don't think so. What? So he's saying there's a video out there where someone walks around the lodge and it's just like an empty building.
Yeah, right. So all the accoutrements and the furniture and everything that was in the film, it's nowhere to be found. It's just like someone's doing a video walking through it, and it's completely empty, but it's still still up. I can remember, I don't know if it's a complete video of the whole damn thing, but I can remember like seeing where the arm wrestling was in that staircase and just how weird it looked by not having any of the furniture or anything in it. So I'm surprised. You might want to look on YouTube or something like that. I can't even remember where I saw it. It may have been YouTube or something, but someone got in there at some point before it was demolished and shot that video. I don't know who the hell it was or where I saw it.
That's very cool and interesting. Yeah, but yeah, I don't believe I've probably seen that. That definitely needs to be something I need to look into if it's still available out there to view.
Absolutely.
But it's just a shame that it's no longer here. But like I said, what can you do? Um, and also the casino scene, that building, caught on fire, didn't it? I think like a year after filming, and that had to be torn down. So like, not even that's still around anymore. It's really, I think the only locations that look even vaguely the same are the ones like near the beginning of the film where the trucks getting towed and stuff. Where Teddy plays the trick and stuff on the other cancelers.
Oh yeah, that's true. What about that? I don't know if this is some kind of BS, just urban legend, just whatever, but isn't there some kind of like people that claim that the Jason shack is like still up and just all overgrown by just the woods and everything? Or what have you heard about that?
That's the first time me. I've never heard that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's true or false, but that'd be kind of ironic if it were true. Like the most dilapidated location from the movie is the only one remaining. That would be funny.
Yeah, you would think though that like I mean that it looks like they made it from almost nothing. I wouldn't say it was probably the most structurally sound building. You know what I mean? I don't know if that thing would survive like a lot of winters. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. It might just be unfounded nonsense that I saw on the internet at some point, but it seems to me like there was a video. There either was or is a video out there where people are claiming that that's what it is, but it's so like overgrown and just it doesn't really resemble anything from the movie. I mean, it's possible, but it's one of those things where you really can't tell for sure. But
So you can't remember where you saw this, whether it was like on YouTube or like just was it video or was it just pictures?
no, I think it was video. I want to say that I saw this on possibly on YouTube or something like that, but yeah, it could have been, any shack in the woods, I guess.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's definitely a first on me. I've never heard that, but hey, even if I come across that and it was completely like falling apart, I wouldn't mind having like one of those like little sides of like sheet metal, whatever, like what it was put together with. That'd be pretty cool. But it's the only film where you see the shack. They never returned to the shack in any of the sequels, which I mean would have been cool if they had him like in the shack and like one of the other ones.
Yeah, that's true. The other ones seem to go off to different locations, as we'll talk about when we do those films. Higgins Haven and Jarvis Family House and the Wayward Youth Center.
Campfire screen.
Camp Forest Green. Well, yeah, but that's supposed to be the Crystal Lake location renamed, though, even though the location is completely different. But
Yeah,
we can get to that when we get to that. But yeah, oh my
yeah, that's a
God,
story for a different day.
absolutely. Well, what trajectory would you like to go on from here on the talk?
um, oh, we could just like talk about maybe some moments in the film that we both enjoy and that, and I mean we'll probably rehash a few little things that we've talked about on like the live shows and stuff. But hey, this is a dedicated episode, so it's worth mentioning again, I guess. I just wanted to mention like how I remember a few weeks ago we were talking about how we both wish we kind of didn't know that at the beginning of the film that was actually one of the production ladies standing in for the legs and the feet of Jason at the beginning as he's approaching Alice's house.
Yeah, that was a little bit of information that both came into our lives a couple years ago after the release of the Scream Factory Blu-ray set. And it's funny. I've said it before. I don't know. I think it was possibly. I don't know if it was on our first Friday talk. Whenever we've said it, I've said it before that that's a little bit of information I could have definitely done without. I always knew that there was something, that those legs probably belonged to someone else that wasn't featured in the rest of the movie, but I didn't know that it was a woman. That was kind of a bummer, but it doesn't. I've seen the film a couple times since then, and I'm able to, it doesn't ruin the whole movie for me. But one of those things where it's kind of like the disadvantages of knowing behind the scenes information.
Yeah, I've known about it for quite a while, man. Like way before
Oh,
the Screen Factory set came out. Yeah, they mention it in Crystal Lake Memories, I believe, is probably where I first heard about it.
oh,
So
okay.
I've known about it for like a good. I think that came out around 10 years ago. That documentary, so I've known about it for quite a while.
Yeah, a little bit of a bummer, but life goes on.
Yeah, even that building where her home is. The exterior of it doesn't exist anymore. The interior does. The interior was shot at like some sort of I think it's like a private hospital or something to that effect. Sorry. There was actually a fan pretty recently, like maybe less than a year ago, who actually got into that building and walked around that kitchen area where Alice bites the dust, and it looks pretty much the same as it did back then. I think even right down to like the color of the paint and stuff, or like the cabinets in the kitchen and stuff, which was really cool.
Yeah, that is really cool.
Yeah, so that's floating around on YouTube for whoever's interested in checking that out. But I always thought that was, even though like it's a woman playing Jason at the beginning, I always thought that was very creepy. Just the way he's walking up to her house and the classic Manfredini score is playing, and I just always got a kick out of the opening of the film. And I remember last time you mentioned when we were talking about the first film that you believe that the same actress who did the voice of young Jason in the first movie is the same person doing the itsy bitsy spider at the very beginning of this one.
Yeah, it's just over the years, it's just something that's come popping, popped into my mind as being very, very possible. I kind of think the voice is kind of similar. What's your take?
I think it's very possible. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard it confirmed either way. Yeah, that's a pretty little tidbit like kind of thing to do with the film. That's really kind of sweaty, nerdy, nitty gritty stuff that us fans love to debate and talk about. But yeah, I've never heard it mentioned anywhere. But I think it's quite possible that it could be. Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to say when I hear the voice in the first film, like, help me, somebody help me, it seems like there's a raspiness to the voice. And I'm pretty sure it's a girl voice in the first film. And it's, I'm pretty sure the same can be said for the little the kid, oops, sorry, Annie, child, walking through the puddles in the beginning of part.
You hate when they call them kids, eh? So it's not
Yeah,
little goats.
I hate that. That child walking through the puddles. It's very, to me, it's very possible that it's the same raspy little child voice.
Yeah, yeah. It's yeah, certainly possible. And if it wasn't a child, like usually if they don't use a child for a child's voice, it usually is a woman because women have usually in general have lighter voices than us men. Yes, manly men.
That's very true. So the opening of Friday the 13th Part 2 opens, as you said, with these scary, ominous legs who at the time in the movie we don't know who they belong to, walking towards this house that we come to realize is the exterior of Alice's house from the first film, and the second film obviously opens with her having nightmares and stuff, and we get highlights of the end of the first film. What I think is kind of interesting about some of the highlights is you can tell, like the scene where Mrs. Voorhees, strikes for the very first time. You can tell that the editor for part two, kind of cleaned up that little moment of from the first film and took out a couple shots, I want to say, and kind of made it flow a little better than it did in the first film a little bit. I'm sure you must have noticed that.
Interesting. No, I don't believe I ever really have. Maybe because, like, I think I've mentioned in the past, like, whenever I do watch the Friday movies, I usually marathon them. So, like, when they're showing this stuff at the beginning of part two, like, yeah, I'm not paying as close attention as I might be if I was to watch the film on its own, sort of thing. You know what I mean? Because in most cases, I've probably literally like 10 minutes before just watched these scenes. So that would be my reason for why I've probably never noticed that as far as I can remember that.
Oh, interesting. I think another thing that's kind of sloppy about the opening of this movie with her dreaming and stuff is I can't recall it exactly, but it seems to me there's a moment where she's dreaming and they cut to the flashback of Mrs. Voorhees just talking, and they cut to her like going like reacting in bed, and she goes like no, she kind of screams a little too loudly only to like go back to she's dreaming. It's really nothing's happening yet necessarily, and I always kind of cringe at that point. Like it's like she screams out. It's more like it would be more fitting to have that happen, like maybe when she's dreaming about Voorhees coming after her, but it wasn't even that hadn't even happened yet, and she's like no, and then they cut to the dream and Voorhees is just talking. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's yeah. I've never really thought of that, but I'll defend the film and say that I'll be devil's advocate for a minute. I mean, that's definitely a good point, and I've never really dwelled on that. But I would say it's more just the fact that the anxiety of just her being like around that character in the dream, I think, is enough to put her on edge. I don't think it necessarily has to be like the moment where she starts chasing after her with the knife, I guess. But it's certainly interesting, eh?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, just because, and who knows? I mean, maybe for her, the memory of hearing this woman talk, her crazed craziness is more disturbing than her being chased by her. So that's a fair point.
Yeah, that's yeah, pretty much what I was going for. And yeah, while we're talking about the opening, I want to get your take on this because this is something that I discuss with all fans that I run into in life. What's your take on like where this is taking place? Like, has Jason hiked to like California where Ella said she was going to, which I'm assuming is where she grew up and stuff? So like, has he has he gone from Jersey up to yeah Kelly to find her, or do you subscribe more to like what I like to think of, even though like the film doesn't really answer the question either way, but I've always liked to think that Alice has returned back to like somewhere around near the township of Crystal Lake, and she's gone back to face her fears. And maybe she went to the camp to try to face it, and Jason spotted her and realized who she was, and followed her home. Simply followed her home to, well, yeah, followed her to where she was staying, like a place she happened to be renting nearby.
Well, that's a really good question, and it does bring up this important point. Like, I want to say they mentioned this later on at the campfire scene. That now this scene takes place. Does it take place 6 months after the events of the first film?
I believe I could be wrong, but I believe it's said to be 2 months. I think.
Holy shit! 2 months.
I believe so. I believe in the camp fire tale. Yeah, when Paul's talking, I believe he says 2 months later. I mean, I could be
Oh
wrong,
yeah, I
but
think the line.
that's my
I think the line is she just disappeared 2 months later. Okay, you might be right. So yeah, that is kind of does bring up an interesting point. Like where exactly, if it's only 2 months after the events of the first film, where exactly is she? I never had the idea that she was in California just because of the fact that the whole movie's filmed on the East Coast. I always just assumed the character was just somewhere, yeah, in the vicinity of, and just because it was filmed in Connecticut doesn't mean, I mean, the plates are still like New Jersey plates on some of the vehicles and stuff. So, whenever I watch it, I just kind of watch it assuming that she's just, renting this place or something like that, basically in the same vicinity as where the first film took place.
interesting. Yeah, because I mean, I have heard like a lot of fans, like even on some of the documentaries and stuff, like on his name was Jason is the first documentary that came out. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And yeah, and then I think even in Crystal Lake Memories, yeah, people like kind of mention that, yeah, they're like, yeah, did Jason catch a bus? And yeah, did he get the Greyhound? Like, but yeah, I've always, I think, yeah, even before the internet was really a thing, like, just being a little boy in the 90s, thinking that, yeah, she was probably somewhere still pretty close to where the camp is.
Yeah, I mean, in 2 months, you're not gonna. I mean, we have to assume that she spent, I don't know, maybe better part of the first month, in the hospital, or a couple weeks or something, or a week in the hospital. She's not gonna really have time to, really even get back to necessarily California. I mean, yeah, I just it's an interesting question. I always just assumed she was, pretty much just in the same area that the first film took place. And honestly, I mean, I don't see Jason in his sackhead taking a bus or hitchhiking across the country to go kill Alice in California. But that actually never even occurred to me, so that's a good question.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my thoughts are that yeah, she probably spent like some time in some sort of trauma unit, like in a hospital or something, for a while after experiencing what she did in the first movie, and probably some cancelling and stuff. And I mean, we do get that one sort of drop line that where she's talking to her mum on the phone that she's trying to figure things out and she's trying to put her life back together, and this is really the only way she knows how. So by just that little bit of dialogue, like I can assume that yeah, she's maybe trying to yeah come to terms with what happened and trying to face her fears to get over it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I always thought it was funny, just replaying that scene in my head. Like she's kind of just slumped when she's talking to her mom in that scene. She's kind of just slumped down in that chair, and she looks really lazy and kind of just like lethargic. And that line where she's like, "I just have to put my life back together, and this is the only way I know how." And she's just kind of looks like she's just a lazy blob just sitting in the chair. Like I always kind of laugh like this is just lazing around and having nightmares is the only way she knows how to recover. But that's just a little fandom fun I have with the movie.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I don't know about you, but I don't know if it was because like what was going on in Adrian's real life at the time, like if you know where I'm heading with that, or maybe if they put makeup on her to make her look a bit different, but she looks visibly different in the opening of this movie than she did in the last one. I would even say she looks like she's aged a tad, and it's only been like, you know, less than a year probably between film and movies.
Oh yeah, maybe around a year. Yeah, probably somewhere around a year. I've always noticed that too when I was watching it as a kid. It looked like, I think it's safe to say she may have gained a little bit of weight between the first film and the second film.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'd agree with that. Yeah, she looks like she's yeah, a bit thicker than a Snickers bar in the opening of this.
But
Which is
maybe
nothing wrong with that, you know.
maybe that had something to do with her stalker situation.
Well, yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, where I was going to head on into that conversation. Yeah, she poor girl. Yeah, had a stalker at the time that she was filming. Well, I think just before, not long before she yeah decided to do the sequel. I think was when it came to a wrap. Yeah, with her stalker situation and. Yeah, poor girl found herself with a gun to her head at one point, and she had to talk the guy down, and he like yeah wormed his way like completely into her life to the point where I think she almost considered him to be a friend because she didn't obviously know who he was at the time, and she was giving him information about her stalker and that. So, I mean, yeah, those things considered, I can see why she didn't want to be that big a part of the film, and I know there's like been different reasons bantered about like back and forth on like why she was killed off and why she wasn't in the whole movie. Like some people try to say her agent wanted too much money, and some people say that she just didn't want to do another horror film. But I truly believe it's because of the whole stalker situation. But I mean, in my opinion, since this is my favorite of the franchise, I mean, I wouldn't have the movie turn out much different than the way it does. I'm glad that we get Ginny as our main protagonist in this film. But I know there's a lot of fans that say that they really think it's a downer that Alice dies after what she survived in the first movie. And I can understand that, and there's even fans that like even try to retcon it and say, "No, that wasn't Alice. That was a different. That was somebody else. That wasn't the real Alice that got killed there." So, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely true. And my thoughts, I've never given part two that much flack for it. And my thoughts are the way, instead of pretending it's not Alice, what I always do is I look at it like this. Okay, this is a sequel to a very highly successful slasher film. So the way I look at it as a fan of the franchise is they're not messing around with the beginning of Friday the 13th Part 2. They're showing how hardcore this movie is going to get by, and it makes perfect sense. Like we don't necessarily know who this character who kills her is at the very beginning of the movie, but the way it works out, obviously talking about it now, we can say it's Jason. So he's avenging his mom. I mean, it's really kind of the perfect setup. Really, it's for the sequel in a lot of ways. It's like, well, he's starting the movie by killing the woman who killed his mom, and that just gets us off and rolling. I mean, I think it's the perfect start to the sequel to the Friday the 13th. Really.
I couldn't agree more with that. It really is the perfect opening to a sequel, to me, in my opinion. Makes perfect sense for things to progress the way they do. And yeah, I always kind of love that moment. How when she comes out of the nightmare, like how she's remembering, like, talking to the police chief at the hospital at the end, and she says, like, I guess that Jason's still there, and like those words echo, and then she wakes up, like, always thought that was really creepy when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, and it's funny because I think in a lot of ways, as difficult as it is to see the character that we kind of, I mean, not I don't think you're as a big a fan as the character of Alice as I am, and it's funny because I was thinking about it, and it's like, well, the characters in the first film, as much as we love the first film, and admittedly I love the first film. I mean, there's not a lot of, we don't really even get to know Alice very well in the first film. It's more like I just kind of like her. I don't know. I guess her just appearance or whatever, and stuff like that. But oh shit, where the hell was I? Where the hell was I going? But I may have just forgot. But so basically, what I was getting at was that in a lot of ways, as much as it might be hard to see Alice go at the beginning of Friday the 13th Part 2, I want to say that maybe it does what a lot of these horror sequels maybe should have done more, is dispatch people from the first film, instead of we've talked about before on radio shows or whatever about like the Scream franchise, where Sydney has lived through now frickin' 5 films, and the same thing happens with like Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween 2, and it's arguable that Jamie Lee Curtis didn't have a whole hell of a lot to do in Halloween 2, and it's kind of like I really respect Friday the 13th Part 2 for doing something kind of ballsy by just killing the survivor of the first film, and that way they don't have to worry about what the hell to do with her, and we can just start with a whole new group of kids or people.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I think it really does send a message to the audience. All bets are off. You know what I mean? Like, if she can die, like, then anyone can die. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. That's that little term you did right there is kind of something I would have liked to have thought of myself. Exactly. By killing Alice at the beginning of the film, it's like all bets are off. And whoever this mystery killer is at the beginning of the film, that, oh my God, this is some hardcore shit, and, perfectly fades into the frickin' opening title and the exploding frickin' the title from the first film. Instead of crashing through the window, we see the title explode with a shiny, I don't know what, kind of metal part 2 there.
Yeah, yeah. But before we get like right into that part of it, I just also wanted to mention, like, like, I always thought it was interesting. Like, I know we mentioned it on the last episode, but like, when she goes into the kitchen and stuff, Alice, you see that she's got some of her artwork around that, and I imagine that was Adrian King's actual artwork there.
Yeah, and I said it before. I don't know. I think it was on the one about the first film with the drawing of Steve that she does in the first film. It would have been cool to actually have a decent shot of that so we could pause it and look at it. I mean, we at least we get a better shot of some of these drawings she does at the beginning of part 2, and looks like she's kind of doing self-portraits. It's really cool how just the small brief glimpse we get of them kind of indicates, like, it's kind of like through art she's working through her horrible experience through art, which is kind of really a cool detail.
That's a very good point, and also I want to add on top of that I mean, they just could have been like just pieces she had laying around because I know in real life, like, art imitating life, you know what I mean, in a way, if you will, that I know she did a lot of pieces that had to do with her stalker situation as well. I've seen her show some of those in interviews and stuff like that. So always found that interesting.
Oh yeah, so you're saying it's possible that's the stuff that's featured in the film is stuff that maybe she did as a result of that real life experience.
Could be, yeah, it's certainly possible.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, it's probably pointless to ask this because I mean it just was so long ago. But do you remember it all? Like, do you remember it all? Like your feelings on like the opening? Like, who's this person who's stalking her now, kind of thing, or too long ago to remember? Or
That's a really good question. Like the first time I saw it, you mean? God, that would have been,
yeah,
yeah, probably 1989. So it's been a couple months, but that's a really good that's a really good question. I don't, yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I guess, because, by the time I got into the franchise, it was all about Jason. I knew that Jason was a big part of the franchise. And that's why, as a kid, when I first saw the first film, I wasn't too keen on it until a couple years later. But that's a really good question. I can't remember exactly what I thought about the opening of the second film. I guess I kind of probably, as a like a 12-year-old or whatever, I probably would have been hopeful that it was Jason, I would imagine. But that's a good question. I guess I was just watching it and going with it. Yeah, I can't even remember what my thoughts of like potato sack Jason were at the time, because I'm sure we would have. God, I can only assume like when we did the first film, we would have like rented them in order, like throughout the course of weeks and stuff like that. But that's a good question. Unfortunately, I have no recollection. I guess I kind of just let the movie unfold, and and that I probably, because by the time I got into the franchise, it's like 1988, 89ish. So I was probably just, I would imagine if I had to take a guess, I probably was just kind of disappointed in the potato sack Jason and just wanted to get to the hockey mask aspect of it. But unfortunately, if in regards to the first film and the mystery, or the second film rather, and the mystery killer at the beginning of it, yeah, I can't recollect what I thought about, like, who that was, or what was going on there, I guess.
so I think maybe you touched upon this like in the last episode, but I think you saw these like somewhat in order, or am I correct in that statement? Or
Yeah, to the best of my recollection, I want to say that because it was the most recent one at the time, I would say that we probably rented, part seven first, and then we may have proceeded to start at the beginning after that. That's, for some reason, that's, possibly what we did. Unfortunately, I can't remember for sure, but I want to say that that's what we did. Like, I want, as a 12-year-old, I wanted to see the most recent one first, just because it was the most recent one, and then I would imagine we would go back to the beginning and hopefully do them in order. I would think I can remember doing them because I kind of got into the horror movies like in November of like of '88, so I'm pretty sure we kind of did them off and on throughout the course of the remainder of '88 and into the spring, early, winter, late winter, early spring of '89. I'm pretty sure by the time, like, the spring of '89 rolled around, I'd seen all of them up until that point. So I think we just did them sporadically over the course of the winter. I hope we did them in order.
interesting. Yeah, I mean, as far as my own recollection, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, that's how I am sort of when I'm watching a movie for the first time. I'm sort of just letting the movie happen, and I'm trying not to think too hard about it, just to enjoy the movie. But I think I remember being like kind of just intrigued, like, ooh, like what's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, who's this person stalking her? Like, is it Jason? Is it the kid that was mentioned in the first movie or not? Sort yeah, or not, sort of thing. But Yeah, I just think the whole opening is it's pretty effective and creepy. And I also wanted to mention that I don't know if you're aware or not, but like all the dialogue that was on the phone and stuff like that was all improvised. She wasn't really given a script, Adrian King, for this movie.
Yeah, I can remember. I'm pretty sure I've seen interviews of her just basically not even knowing necessarily. Did she even know what was going to happen? I want to say when she agreed to do it, she didn't even know that she was going to be killed or.
I believe not. No, I don't think she was aware of that. No, but yeah, I guess that's like a little Psycho reference where she's having the shower. I guess probably
Oh yeah, that's
showing
another thing that I always laugh at when I watch the movie. Like she gets into the
it's like
shower.
one of the quickest showers. Yeah, one of the quickest showers ever. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the camera, for the first time in the franchise, you can tell they've got a bigger budget because they've got, Steadicam, Panaglide, whatever the hell they called it in 1980. But they get Steadicams into the bathroom, and she just, pulls the shower curtain aside and looks right at camera. I'm always like, what the hell is that about? And that's like you can tell, like, or I mean, you they almost should have had. I don't know. They almost should have had the phone ring or some sound happen. Like, what's the point? What's the reason of her, like, pulling the thing? It's supposed to be. You can tell it's supposed to be like a jump scare or something. But like, as a fan of this film, like, what do you think the reasoning of that is?
Sorry, what was that? You were asking me. It kind of went blank there.
Oh, okay. You mean I was cutting out or what?
No, I don't know. I sort of like to see my own thoughts just then. I've sort of just sort of blanked on
Oh, okay.
exactly
So
what you're. I heard what you said, but I just a little bit hazy on what you're actually asking me. Though.
yeah, I have a tendency to long-winded questions. So my basic question was, what do you think the whole point of that little bit where she, the camera goes into the bathroom and she pulls the shower curtain aside was supposed to be about?
Probably mainly just to be like to create tension, I guess. Like, I mean, after that, she kind of she starts walking around the house. She's getting a bit creeped out. She starts checking outside, like looking outside. And here's an interesting thing I want to ask you: do you think that second phone call was Jason? Like that's like I mean, that's like that's why she ends up getting out of the shower because she hears the phone ring and there's just that awkward silence on the phone and phone hangs up. Like, do you think that was Jason on the phone?
That's what I've always assumed, but come to think about it, like, where's he even calling from unless he's calling from the kitchen after putting his mom's head in the whatever it's called refrigerator. Yeah, where would he actually be calling from? That's kind of a good question. I'm not too sure the creators behind this movie maybe had that all thought through, unless you've got a theory.
Well, actually, I've never actually thought of that. Yeah, because by this point, he's got to be somewhere in that whatever that house, that apartment. Hey, like he has to be lurking somewhere in there. You know what I mean? Like, did he? It's a bit much to think that like what he snuck in, put the head, in the refrigerator, and then like duck back out to a phone nearby phone booth, if there even was a nearby phone booth, and made a call. You know what I mean? Like if this film was made in like whatever made and set in like 2000 and like at least like 2000 like two or three, then he could have a mobile phone and do it that way, I guess. But yeah, I've actually never really thought that. Yeah, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because he's probably already in the house. Or I can give the movie a gimme and say maybe it was her mum that called back again, but it was a bad line.
Well, that's definitely a possibility. Another option, I don't think Jason living out in the woods would necessarily know about this, and I don't even know if they did it back in 1981, but there's this thing you could do back in the day where you could, like, if you knew this number that would dial your own, your own number, so you could test the ringer or test the line or something. So I mean, I guess, like I say, it seems far fetched that Jason would be privy to that information, but I guess there's always that possibility of him just using maybe a phone in the kitchen to do that, ringer or line test on her own place to have it ring. I don't know.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember you could do that. Actually, used to you've triggered a memory with that. I used to do that as a kid and play pranks on people and stuff, like make their phone ring and stuff, and they go to answer it, no one's there.
So,
But,
that would be a good idea, but like I say, I don't know if Jason would be privy to that knowledge.
probably, I'd probably say no. A guy who's a hermit living out in the woods probably wouldn't know that. But hey, like I said, maybe it was a bad line. Maybe her mum rang back and she just couldn't hear her.
Or like the character in Halloween, maybe she had her mouth full.
Yeah, that's possible. But yeah, I always thought that it was a decent kill. Where what is that he puts in her head? Like a ice pick, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, ice pick. And before we get into the kill, I want to say that obviously fans know that Tom Savini is not doing the effects for this film. It's Carl Fullerton, and I want to
Fullerton.
say the frickin' the Voorhees head in the fridge is just frickin' such a great head.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, he did a great job, like all around on this movie. I will say though, like the head, an effective head, but I will say it doesn't really look like Pam, does it? I mean, there is that, but I guess, I mean, who knows? She's been dead a while now, so the skin and stuff is probably loosened in
Oh,
that. So
I'm talking
I
about
guess
the
you can explain it that way.
the head in the fridge is like 2 months after the death, so it looks exactly like her. You're talking about the head at the end of the movie in the shack?
No. I'm talking about the head in the refrigerator. You reckon the head in the refrigerator resembles Pam?
Yeah, in my opinion, the head in the refrigerator resembles what's her name? I can't even remember her name. Oh, Betsy Palmer. Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I've often just thought like it doesn't look that much like it, but I've kind of just kind of just said in my head like she's been dead a while, so
Well,
she
that's
probably looks
true.
a fair bit
You
different.
know,
So that's
even
probably
two
why.
even 2 months is going to do quite a job on a severed head.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like would it even be, like unless he like treated it, would it even be like would there even be a face still on that head? I don't know.
Well, I could test it out. I'll let you know in a couple months.
Okay. But no, but nonetheless, it's still a very effective scare. And geez, if you saw that in real life, that would scare the freaking hell out of you, wouldn't it? If you opened up your fridge and there was a freaking severed head in there.
Oh my God! And not only a severed head, but the one that you cut off personally 2 months ago.
Yep, that as well. I will say though that I remember like a lot of the times when I would watch this with my dad, like I remember him being the first one to kind of point this out because he was good at that sort of thing and comment about it. But Jason's very considerate in this movie. He takes the kettle off the stove there. Yeah, very considerate.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what the deal with that is. You're gonna kill someone and make sure the house doesn't burn down. But I do kind of like the way that the sound of the kettle, kind of goes into the Harry Manfredini's music for the opening titles. But one could argue that it would have worked just as well if the kettle had remained on the burner. Yeah, that is always something that kind of made me wonder. Like it's kind of random. Like here, I'll take off the pot off the burner for you. It's the least I can do for killing you.
Well, I mean, you could even also argue that like maybe he did it Yeah, because obviously it's a loud noise, and he didn't want to be detected.
Oh, I think he just figured it out. That's why he took it off because he doesn't want frick he's got plans for the body. He's going to take the body and drag it back to his shack, so he doesn't want attention being brought to her apartment.
Exactly, and it's great that you've hit on that note because I actually didn't realize that until many years later that one of the bodies that you see in the shack later on is actually Alice's body.
Yeah, I never knew that for the longest time as well. I can't even remember when I learned it, but yeah, I must admit I didn't know that forever as well. It's yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I just want to say in closing on that scene that yeah, it's one of the very best openings to a slasher film ever. I just think it's very creepy and very effective. But yeah, the when it goes into the title sequence, it's awesome. Like the explosion and stuff. It sort of like sends a message like this time we're not messing about.
Yeah, it may be, honestly, it may is the explosion now, now that we're thinking about it, and it's like frickin' whatever it is, 41 years later, like, is the explosion, is that more should be suited for like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Like, is the explosion appropriate for this movie, or do we let it get a pass?
I see what you're saying, but I've always thought it was effective, and I mean they do it again in what is it, the final chapter? I believe like the hockey mask explodes, isn't it?
Oh
So
yeah, they do another explosion.
um,
Okay, yeah, so I guess
yeah,
I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I
I mean
think
action was a big thing back then too, as well. So I mean, yeah, maybe it played a little bit of an influence on it.
I guess if I can be a little bit of a picky SOB fan, I guess I would say that I would, the explosion's cool and everything, but maybe it'd be a little more appropriate, kind of like the New Beginning, where the mask or whatever happens, like it just kind of breaks apart. Like maybe save the explosion fireball for a Rambo movie. But that's just my little teeny weeny nitpick. But there you go.
Now, I can respect that. Also, just wanted to say, I've heard Adrian King say when they did that kill that the ice pick didn't retract properly
Oh.
and actually did pierce her skin a little bit there. I'm guessing that was probably done by Carl Fulton, and like I wonder if that was like where you see Jason's hand take off the pot off the stove. I wonder if that was him like standing in for Jason there.
Yeah, probably, or maybe it was some woman.
I was hoping you wouldn't go there, but okay.
Oh, here before we move on, what are your thoughts? I mean, I'm of the opinion that I just as soon, I like the theatrical cut of Alice's death more. Would you just as soon have the full version where she, kind of turns towards camera and does that goofy tongue stick out thing, or which one would you prefer?
um, I couldn't really definitively answer that unless I saw that completely restored in the movie and be able to watch the movie seamlessly. You know what I mean? I mean, just
Yeah.
seeing it kind of on its own. Don't get me wrong, I thought it was pretty effective. And when I first saw that, I was like, "Ooh, shit!" Like, you know what I mean? Like, always kind of wondered, like, if that went like just completely through like her temple of the head area and just went through to her brain. But it does. I mean, it kind of does look a little bit goofy, I guess. But I still think, it's kind of effective at the same time. But I do think, I can't give a definitive opinion on that without seeing it seamlessly edited back into the movie, I guess.
Well, that's fair enough.
I can't remember who it is, but I do believe in the credits, at the end credits of this, there is somebody else who's credited as being Jason, like as the Prowler. Are you aware of that?
No, I don't think I am.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly who it is, but I remember seeing, yeah, like noticing that in the credits a few times. There's someone who's credited as being the Prowler. I think maybe it's like a few of those shots where you just see like the shadow of Jason and things of that nature. I think.
Man, is part two a record for the number of people that play Jason? What are we up to, four?
Yeah, I guess. Well, yeah, you got the chick at the beginning. You've got probably like Carl Fullerton did like probably the Alice kill. I'm guessing it was probably him. And maybe some of the other kills. And then you've got the I guess the Prowler that I just mentioned, and then you've got Steve Dash and Warrington Gillette. So you got like five, possibly five, possibly five. Yeah, to bring one character to life. Also, I wanted to mention the original title of the film was actually just Jason,
What?
which I think is pretty cool.
Where'd you hear that?
Really, you've never heard that before? I thought that'd be common knowledge to you.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, it's mentioned in quite a few. I think of like the behind the scenes stuff, documentaries and that. Yeah, Ron Kurtz, the writer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just titled the movie Jason.
Wow.
And I think when Steve Dash got the script to replace Warrington, yeah, that was what was on the script that he was given. Yeah, the movie was called Jason, and because he knew he was going to be playing Jason, he's like, "I'm the star of this movie." And then like, yeah, and when he got to the set, he's like, "So I'm the star of this movie." And then they're like, "Yeah, put this bag on your head." He's like, "Okay, so I'm the star of this movie, but I got a bag on my head."
Oh. Oh
So
well.
yeah, I always thought that was pretty cool how the script was there, had the title of the what will become the iconic Jason Voorhees, killer of the franchise. In the script, yeah, it was his name, and that was like way before any of the films had his name like officially in the titles.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's hard to say how well the movie would have done under a completely different title. For the record, I can't see it being called anything but Friday the 13th Part 2.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. I mean, if you had a call to Jason, yeah, I mean, Jason wasn't popular enough back then where, probably even people who really enjoyed the movie probably wouldn't even, enjoyed the first movie, probably wouldn't realize that it was a sequel to the original film at the time.
The only way I can see that working, like I can kind of envision the poster, like if he used the Friday the 13th font to spell Jason, I guess.
Yeah, that could probably work, I guess, yeah. I still don't think it probably would have caught on as much, but it's definitely an interesting point. Um, do you know about like where Sandra and Jeff go to use the phone at after the end credits where they first get introduced? That wasn't a real phone box. They put that there for the movie, and a few teenage girls like actually tried to use the phone and couldn't figure out why it wasn't working.
Yeah, I think I heard that. Yeah, that's funny. Oh no, I got a date.
um, yeah, the scene, yeah, where they get introduced with the Jeff's truck gets towed. I always thought that was pretty humorous, like just the way he's chasing after the car, and he's like, "Hey, asshole, this is my truck." I just like the way the truck driver guy, like, he's just stone faced, like it's just no reaction from him at all.
Yeah.
Always got a big kick out of that. I always thought that was really funny.
Yeah, it is funny every time you watch it. And one thing I think I mentioned in my fan commentary of this film that I want to mention now that we're into the start of the movie proper, as it were, is this it's kind of like the killing of the survivor of the first film really kind of goes there, and then when the film starts with the introducing the new characters, I always thought that this, right off the bat, the first shot of the, because the first one had the some of the young people driving to, Camp Crystal Lake in a more of a modest kind of a normal everyday truck, and this movie, it's kind of like it's really putting things up a notch very quickly in the second film. Like we've got this huge freaking like kind of souped up looking, monster truck kind of a thing, and instantly when this the character of Sandra comes out of the truck, and she, we have her conveniently got to run up to the phone booth so we can see her things, her tatas jiggle. It's kind of like instantly you're like, okay, this movie is really upping the ante as far as we've got bigger truck, bigger tatas. This is going to be a great movie.
That's very well put and very well said. And there are worse things to look at than Marikova's tatas right there. But, interesting to note, though. Don't know if you're aware of it or not, but she was actually underage when she made this film. She was 17.
I thought she was 16, but she was 17.
Could be 16. I mean, my recollection 17, but it could be 16.
Yeah, honestly, it does kind of make you feel a little less, okay about, kind of oogling over her. But let's face it, she's well older than us, so I guess it's kind of a pass. But I think we're gonna still oogle over the character of Sandra in Friday the 13th Part Two, because after all, it's just a number, and we're not gonna lay hands on her. We're not gonna.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'll bail myself out of it this way and say that, for a lack of a better term, I think, 16 or 17 back then was a little bit more mature than a 16 or a 17-year-old now. Like she looks like a woman. I wouldn't say she looks like, a young, like a really, really young teenage girl. I mean, obviously she looks young, but I mean, if you ask me, I wouldn't think she was underage. I'd totally think she was about, 19 or maybe even possibly 20.
Right, and you got to understand that we're talking about this movie kind of through the eyes of seeing it for the first time. In Jesse's case, you're like what, single digit when you saw this film, I would imagine, and I was only like, I watched this movie a lot, for the first time when I was 12, 13, 14 years old. So, I mean, we're looking.
I mean, yeah, you grow up, kind of, That's a very good point. I was going to say that myself. You grow up ogling after them, like when, like you're possibly a lot younger than the character is when you first saw the film. So there is that.
So that's how we get a pass in this situation.
Have you ever noticed, Nate, where Sandra picks up the that Camp Crystal Lake sign, and the shot literally just after that, you can see one of the camera guys. I think it's one of the camera guys or some part of the crew member is like right at the bottom of one of those shots. You ever notice that?
God, it seems familiar now that you mention it. But you mean he's like ducked down in the woods or something, or what?
Yeah, pretty much. He's like, ducked down, like right at the bottom of the frame.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice that until maybe like one of my more recent viewings over the last probably few years or so. But you can once you notice it, you never kind of unnotice it again. But I always thought that was pretty interesting. And then even like right from that scene on, Jason's already on the prowl. He's already watching them and stuff, So he's probably sharpening his machete as we speak, getting ready.
So, mentioning that scene where they find Sandra finds that sign, what's your thoughts? Jason ripped the sign down, and or how did that sign get there in your thoughts?
I've never really put that much thought into it, to be honest. I mean, well, it is said in the movie that the camp is at a point of very bad disrepair now. So I'm sort of guessing that maybe, who knows, maybe kids have just grabbed bits of it and sort of just spread them around the vicinity of the area. I mean, it's like, I guess just off the top of my head, I thought of how maybe the sign probably ended up there. I do know that sign. They actually gave that to the owner of the camp. That and he got one of the severed head, one of the Mrs. Voorhees severed heads. I'm not sure if they had more than just one or so, but I know yeah, they gave him one of the heads and the sign. And as I was leaving, they said, yeah, we've left something down at the lake for you, and they left it like hanging from a tree, hanging in like a little bag, and that, and yeah, people have tried to buy those off him over the years, but he reckons they're too sentimental. But
Uh,
I'd love to have that friggin' sign. That'd be awesome.
oh my God. Yeah, I think that was on whatever Crystal Lake Memories or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
We should also take this opportunity to very briefly, quickly mention that the first film had the goofball character of Ned, so this film has the goofball character of.
Ted. Very original.
Yes. Too bad. Too bad.
There's a couple of Teddies in this series. Yeah, in part 4, there's a Teddy as well. Yeah, Ted.
Too bad Shelley's name in part 3 wasn't Jed.
Yeah, you could have totally went with them, Jed. Hey, not a very common name, but it goes with yeah, that line of thinking.
But what do you think? I think this is really a cool idea for the sequel to Friday the 13th. Basically, it takes place on I guess for all intents purposes the other side of Camp Crystal Lake, and it's conveniently the counselor training center is on the other side of the lake. So that's kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, I always really dug the hell out of that, and I do know that a lot of fans say that this film is almost like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, kind of a remake in a way of sorts of the first movie. Like, a lot of fans say, like, the whole thing just happens again, except instead of Mrs. Voorhees this time, it's Jason. You know what I mean? That's a very I guess narrow-minded way of thinking of the film, or very simplification of the film. But I can kind of look at it from their point of view sometimes, I guess, like other fans, and kind of get what they mean. I mean, the two films do have their similarities for obvious reasons.
Well, right. They just want to copy, emulate the success of the first film, and so we'll emulate it. I mean, I can understand why, how people would say that, but I can kind of see grumpy people who don't like the franchise themselves, but are pissed about its success or popularity, kind of trying to, just be gripe on about this and that. Kind of those kind of people saying something like that. It's just a remake of the first film. I mean. Well, I mean, you can almost say that about every movie in every franchise, But I hear what you're saying. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's a very good point. Yeah, I'm not going to go on too much about those sort of things, but I just thought I'd mention that. But yeah, as we were talking about later in the episode of the first episode we did on the original film, talking about the lighting and stuff, production values, like, yeah, that film, because it just was so very indie, was very, like the lighting, there wasn't a lot of lighting, even like in the daytime scenes and stuff, and like, it's so noticeable, isn't it, when you really kind of study the film and really think about it, the sequel, like, is, lit a lot better, you know what I mean, for like better or worse, you know?
Yeah. Are you talking about night scenes or all scenes?
I just think in general, yeah, like for the most part, yeah, even the daytime scenes, like they look a lot more lush and brighter, and even the color seems stronger in this one. I feel than the original film. But yeah, I think in the nighttime scenes though, that like there's definitely they definitely still create that low lighting enough where it really gives it that creep factor. But I think you can tell that this definitely had a high budget behind it. Like it looks a little bit more professional than the first movie. I mean, I'm not saying that to put the first movie down at all. I'm really not. I'm just saying like it's just sort of a fact of um I guess having more money behind you.
Well, one thing that in my fan commentary of part two that I gushed and gushed about during these scenes is the early scenes in the movie. Basically, well, I think it was both days, but day one and day two at the old Pecanac Lodge, they just were so fortunate with the weather that they had. It must have just been day after day after day of blue sky, but the blue sky and the beautiful sunny days. I mean, it's just, especially on Blu-ray. I mean, it's just such a, the daytime scenes in the movie are just so bright and summery. It's just really, they were really fortunate with the weather. I mean, imagine having them be like all overcast and just really really beautiful.
Yeah, I guess that's another good point. Yeah, that I didn't really think of. But yeah, weather can really play a part in how a movie looks as well. That's a very good point. Yeah, I guess that's one reason why the film does have that well lit look to it a lot of the time. Yeah, you can tell that. Yeah, there's definitely the sun is definitely out in a lot of the shots, especially in the when they all first arrive at the lodge and things like that.
And I think this is a really good time to bring up. I'm going to bring up this point and then maybe segue into the most vulnerable for each of us in this particular film. We kind of introduced some of the whatever you want to call it, counselors in training, or these people that are going to do this Pacanac Lodge counselor training stuff and that and this and that. And one of the characters is, what the hell's her name with the ass and the dog? I can't remember.
Terry.
Yeah, we introduced Terry, and once again kind of upping the ante. As much as it's kind of funny. I don't want to, I feel bad saying it, but I mean the first film, I mean is kind of the women aren't unattractive in the first film, but I think we can all agree that all two of us agree that in a lot of ways for several of the women in this film they kind of up the ante a little bit. Maybe the hotness factor in this film with the characters of Sandra and Terry and the famous ass shot. And every time I see that where it's kind of like the zoom in on her ass walking away from camera, it kind of, even though the 3D wouldn't enter until the franchise until the third film, every time I see that shot I'm like, God, that looked really good in 3D. But
I think that's I think that's definitely. I mean, anything's kind of debatable when it comes to women. I guess depending on your preference, your taste, and stuff. But yeah, I definitely agree with that. Though that this one does definitely have the hotter chicks in it. I mean, I think, like I said, I think the only one that I was really kind of into in the first one is good old Marcy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we both happen to agree of that situation in the first film. Should I ask you first for the most vulnerable chick in Friday the 13th Part Two? Would you want to say first or?
Yeah, I'll say first. I think you're going to be a little bit surprised though.
Oh wow!
I think we're gonna have a little bit of a different opinion in this one, but I mean, I think I'm still gonna like be on board with who you choose, but I think for me, honestly, I've never really, I guess, mentioned this on the show, but for me, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, a hot woman is a hot woman, all right? The sort of chicks that you look at and you're like, wow, like they got that wow factor about them, like either they just got really large breasts or just like a beautiful friggin' perfect 10 kind of figure. But for me, honestly, dude, like as cool as that can be with a girl, I'm more about like the cute factor. more than like I like girls who look like that girl next door. They're just sort of cute. You know what I mean? And for me, I'm gonna go with none other than blanking on her name right now. I just had it too. Vicky. Vicky, that's the one. Yeah, Vicky. I always thought Vicky was just really adorable, man. I think she's really cute.
Well,
But
very.
that's going. Don't. You kind of. It's hard though, man. Because I love Amy Steele as well. I think she's adorable too. That like I'm not the biggest strawberry, blonde kind of guy. You know what I mean? I like my dark haired girls, but don't get me wrong. There's definitely a strength to Amy Steele, aka Ginny, and I love that character, and I think she's attractive as all get out. But I don't know, man. I always had to think about Vicky.
Well, very cool. Yeah. For me, definitely Sandra.
I knew you were going to go with Sandra. But what you were saying earlier, I'm like, yep, definitely Sandra.
Yeah, I'll go with Sandra, and I can say that because she's considerably older than me. So,
Yep, that's for sure.
yeah,
But
I agree about the strawberry blonde. I've never understood the appeal of, in culture, popular culture, the blonde woman appeal. It never. I much prefer the darker hair.
yeah, I've never been like a real big follower of being into blondes. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had a few chicks that were blonde in that, but nowhere near as the number that I've had of dark hair girls. I've just always been way more attracted to dark haired women. That's just me. And I guess you follow suit in that thinking, and that's just pretty cool, man.
Very cool. What are your thoughts about? It's kind of way ahead. If you really think about it, it's way ahead of its time. This film, in a lot of ways, of having, and I'm not too sure movies even have this so much necessarily now. You can see them doing more of it, as time goes on. It seems to me like it's becoming more of a trend in possibly in-store photos, maybe models or something like that. But the whole idea, the whole notion of this having this character of Mark being in a wheelchair. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think they just did it because they had this cool idea of how to kill a guy in a wheelchair?
Yeah, I think sometimes the simplest thought is the reality. I think it was, I think they had this idea of a kill, and that's what they went with. I don't think it was so much. Even though it kind of comes across that way, that whoa, they just killed this guy in a wheelchair for God's sake. Like, Jason does not discriminate. He will kill you no matter what. You know what I mean? I think it really just was. Yeah, they had that that idea for the killing, and that's what they went with. But I just wanted to quickly touch upon just talking about the women in the film that I really don't think you can go wrong with any of the girls in this film. I think all of them are pretty cute, but yeah, I still really think Sandra is cute as well, man. Marta Coburn. I just also, I don't know if you're aware of this, but she looks like she's been through a lot. That girl after this film.
Oh
Marta
my.
Coburn, who plays
Yeah.
Sandra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's had some struggles in life. She looks pretty rough. Like, I think she's had some struggles with substance abuse and things like that, which is pretty sad, Because when she did this film, she was a very pretty girl,
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And yeah, I don't know. I guess before we move on, maybe I'll just do my second runner-up is Terry.
Okay, I thought you might go with it.
If
For me, Terry, like, don't get me wrong, she's got that very athletic look about her, that very athletic body, obviously about her, you know what I mean? But I don't know, she's a little bit too skinny for me. I like girls with a little bit of meat on the bones, you know what I mean? Like, you can tell, Amy Steele, she's not definitely not anorexic,
Oh yeah,
or
that's true.
yeah, yeah, Vicky. Yeah, she's got a nice little rockin' bod, but she's not too skinny, you know. But yeah, it definitely be yeah. It's I'd always say almost on equal terms. Like I mean, it's not so much like with Amy still. It's not so much. I mean, obviously she's cute, but I don't know. I've always found like just her general kind of aura about her, her general kind of personality, and just I don't know. I think you see a lot of who she really is in real life on the screen here, man. And I just think she's a really cool chick. But yeah, it'd be definitely almost like equal between her and Vicky for me. But Sandra's, I definitely wouldn't kick Sandra out of bed though. I think she I think she might be the best between the sheets probably. But yeah.
Well, very cool. What direction would you like to head to now?
um, I always thought it was kind of funny that little speech that Paul gives at, to all the campers, and that he's like telling the girls to keep clean during their friggin' menstrual cycles and stuff. And I'm like, Jesus Christ! Like, if you were to do that now, like that would be lawsuit material, dude. Like those girls would probably walk straight away, and they'd be going to call their lawyers. Like, you know,
Yeah, that's probably unfortunately true.
yeah. 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 And his little comment about, yeah, put your car in the lot, Jenny. This place is starting to look like a Burger King.
Yeah, nice little advertisement.
Yeah, yeah. Here's a little fun little fact. The chick that plays Terry, when she shows up at cons and stuff, she still wears like that same Mickey Mouse type T-shirt that she'd be seen wearing in the film. And she doesn't look all that much different. To be honest, man, believe it or not, she still looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think I saw a video of her on YouTube or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, come to think of it, most of the girls in this film are holding up pretty well. Like Amy still looks great for her age, and yeah, the chick that plays Vicky still looks good too. She was actually in another slasher film. You ever seen I think it's called Girls Night Out or something like that.
No, I don't think
She
I've
was
seen
actually
that.
yeah, I've seen it once. I remember thinking it was okay a few years ago, but yeah, this is not the only slasher film she was ever in. And actually, she's in really briefly. She's in a Friday fan film as well.
Oh, damn.
Um, yeah, like it's only in one scene, but yeah, she does pop up in one of the fan films. But I guess we have to move on to yeah, one of the most memorable scenes in the film that we've already touched on a little bit earlier on in the episode. But the famous yeah, Paul Holt campfire scene. Yeah, he's telling the legend of good old Mr. Voorhees.
Wow. I mean, that's one thing that I'll give this movie that like the first one for me is my favorite of the franchise and one of my favorite movies ever, but that's the one thing that they didn't do that would have made that movie just beyond perfect is it's just like when you by the time you get to this film you're like, "Oh shit, they forgot they didn't do like the scary story around the campfire in the first film and at least they did it here."
That's a very good point. I've actually never thought of that, but yeah, the first film is missing that hay, and it would have been pretty cool. I mean, what would have? I mean, that's theorized about. I mean, because that's very interesting to me. That's theorized about that for a second. Like, do you think like it would have been like maybe Steve Christie like telling about like we used to have like well like maybe it was like one year we had this deformed kid here and he drowned. Like yeah, talking about like how the camp caught on fire and the water was bad and I mean like what's your vision of like how that possible scene could have went down?
That's a good question. Yeah, honestly, I don't see Steve doing it. I see probably Nettie doing it. He's the one who seems to have the information about, calling the plate or the Camp Blood from the townspeople. So if in my opinion, if anyone would have been telling the story, it probably would have been Nettie. But yeah, I mean,
That's a
yeah,
fair point. Yeah, I kind of just went to Chrissy because I guess the correlation between like Paul and Chrissy, like they're both the head of the camp. But yeah, I can definitely see where you go with yeah, Ned doing it.
yeah. I mean, Steve is just way too boring to to do
Yeah,
that.
that's true. Yeah, I didn't really think. I mean, yeah, I didn't really think
Well,
that
yeah,
through, I guess.
your
But
your mind was, Paul Holt is the authority and Steve Christie is the authority. That makes perfect sense. But yeah, I mean that would have been, honestly, as cool as it would have been to have been in the first movie. By the time, if you get to the second movie and they do the same thing, it would have been a little repetitive. So that's one of the things that's really cool about part two is that they do this thing which you'd think for a movie like Friday the 13th would be kind of a given to do that, like this scary story around a campfire, but they don't. So it's kind of cool that they did do it in this movie. But at the beginning of the first film, I guess they're kind of playing. I don't know if there's a fire in the fireplace, but I want to say they're hanging out maybe around the fireplace inside that cabin playing a guitar thing. So it's not really the same as outdoor campfire scary story, but yeah.
yeah, that's true. Who knows? Maybe they did think of it, but because of the tight schedule and just like the modest budget they had, maybe they couldn't do it, or maybe they had plans to shoot something like that, but yeah, maybe the weather closed in on them. I mean, who really knows, But it sort of just seems like another, case in point that, like, the one real cool thing about Friday is it really is a progression. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of don't, like, as much as, yeah, and this is not taking away anything from you, like, that the first film's your favorite film in the franchise or anything like that, but they didn't quite have all the elements, like, in every film. It was kind of like, as the franchise progressed, they kind of got more and more kind of, I don't necessarily say things like, they got more things right, but they kind of just sort of added more layers kind of thing, if you get what I'm saying. Like, even like to the point where, yeah, like with Jason, like his character evolves and he doesn't get the hockey mask until like the third film in the franchise.
Absolutely, and the fact that it took four films to have a bunch of young kids skinny dipping, even though it was mentioned in the third film, you don't get to see it. You get to kind of see it in the fourth film.
That's very true. Yeah, like I just said, it took time to fit all these things into the movie, and I guess also you got to remember, there's only so much you can fit into like, you know, 85 minutes to. I guess a lot of these films, don't even clock quite in on the 90-minute mark, even with credits and stuff.
Yeah, like this. I think the first one's just over 90 minutes, and this one's under. I'm pretty sure, even with the flashbacks of the first film and the credits and stuff, as you say. But what's really cool about the frickin' campfire scene in this movie is that now this is 5 years later. We can't forget to mention that this is when this after the opening credits when the film starts, it's 5 years after the events of the first film. So it's
Correct. Yeah.
it's Paul. It's 1985. That's kind of funny about the trailer. It's like, why would 1981 be any different? But yet it's supposed to be like 5 years later. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, so what a great way to basically tell. And movies do this a lot, and it's a really really efficient way of conveying stuff to the audience by also kind of conveying it to new characters in the movie. But what a perfect way to lay down this story of Jason Voorhees and what's actually happening in the movie, but the character who's saying it is just like making it all up. So it's like he thinks it's just kind of like nonsense he's spouting just to tell a scary story, but he's basically saying unbeknownst to him, and for a few hours anyway, or for a couple 24 hours or some change, unbeknownst to him, this is actually what's happening.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And yeah, I've never really thought about that. How in the trailer, yeah, they kind of goof the timeline up. I guess it's probably like because the trailer obviously came out before the movie did. So I guess like the trailer's probably yeah, the first instance where Friday's timeline starts to come apart a bit.
Yeah, but
Yeah, the cat.
to
Sorry, you go.
to be fair for the trailer, I mean, I guess they're saying the movie's coming out in '81, so I think that's what they meant.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, the campfire scene is it's definitely a contender for one of the best scenes in the film. I could almost say like I love every scene in the movie, but I mean, there's no doubt that this is a very effective scene, and even I've seen interviews with Laura Marie Taylor who plays Vicky. She even says like, and if you have a good look at her in that scene, she actually genuinely looks creeped out, and she says in the interviews like, she was just like I think she was from the city, so she'd never really spent a night out in the woods, and like she said that like when Paul's telling this story, aka John Fury, the actor, that she was actually quite creeped out by the whole thing. And as a little side story, there was at one point a couple of the other actors, I believe it was the guy that played Jeff, and I think it was Russell Todd, who played Scott, the guy that's always creeping on Terry. They stalked her outside of the hotel they were staying at, and they like started scratching the windows and stuff, and she reckons she fainted. She got that freaked out by it.
Holy Hannah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's I guess all just like Paul's little spiel, like to tell a story and that, but I don't know, man. Like, I guess I kind of take some of the things he's saying kind of to heart, because I mean, as much as it's sort of, I guess, like this little yarn he's spinning. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say that some of what he's saying, like I think he said before, that it's probably true. You know what I mean? Like about Jason, like living off wild animals and the vegetation and things of that nature. I mean, because what else would he be eating anyway? You know what I mean? And not going to give too much away, but my fan film actually, if it ever gets made, explores quite a bit of that sort of stuff, like how Jason's surviving in the woods and things of that nature. But just such an atmospheric scene. Just like nothing beats the old campfire tale.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's of course you got to use this opportunity to have the goofball of this film to pop up and be goofy and scare everyone. I always thought it was funny how Mark in the wheelchair kind of rolls away really quickly. That's kind of funny.
And no one helps him.
Yeah.
So, like, if it was a real situation, he would be boned, wouldn't he?
Oh
He'd be
my.
stuffed.
Oh my God.
Also, I wanted to mention, like, just as a little side note, I mentioned just before, Russell Todd, who plays Scott, the creeper kind of dude. He was also in Chopping Mall. You aware of that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was also in there's this movie. I think we've talked about it before, which you may have not seen yet. He Knows You're Alone. The characters in that movie, they go and watch a movie at the beginning of the movie, and he's in the movie at the beginning of the movie.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, did not know that. And funny enough, yeah, just a few years ago, I think it was when I first got the Vestron. No, actually, I hadn't gotten it yet. I was planning on getting it. I just finished watching Chopping Mall, and I was just sort of like just goofing around like on Facebook and stuff, and I just started looking at like actors from like Friday 2 to see if any of them had like Facebook accounts and stuff, and I found Russell Todd's account and actually spoke to him on Messenger for like about a good half an hour and stuff. I asked him about Chopping Mall first, and then I asked him about yeah, Friday the 13th and stuff.
Well, damn, that's really cool.
Yeah, pretty nice guy. Yeah, that was yeah, pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know, man. I can't just stop gushing about this film. Yeah, just so much about it just works for me. You know, like I mean, I can never get bored by it. I never get tired of watching it. Just so effective for me on so many levels. And I love how, like, yeah, when he's telling the story about Jason Hall, how yeah, how Scott, like, he starts like freaking out. He's like looking around and shit. Like, he's like, shit, is Jason around here somewhere? You
Yeah,
ever
those
notice that?
those little reaction shots of some of the people listening that they throw in there during the talk is really funny. And we got to hand it to whatever the hell his name is. Well, I've got the poster. Yeah, John Fury for his pretty great, his really fun delivery of that scary story. I think he's also makes the scene great. Just not only the dialogue, but his delivery is fun as well.
Yeah, it's really well done on his part, isn't it? Like he's really taking it seriously, you know. Um, Decent actor, man. I reckon. Like I've actually never seen him in anything else. I don't know what else he ever did, but I think yeah, he's as far as like actors in the Friday series go, I'd say he's one of the better ones.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I've actually seen like some company a while ago the mask that Teddy's wearing here. You could buy it for a while.
Oh, damn. Oh, that reminds me. I bet you're glad that Jason didn't put that mask on.
Yeah, I've thought about that before. Actually, yeah, it's fortunate, yeah, that he didn't put that on. Yeah,
The movie would have taken
it's
it.
it's funny. Like he just sort of grabs it, and he's like when he grabs his spear, and he like kind of there's like a brief moment where he kind of looks at it. He's like, "The fuck is this?" And just like throws it on the ground, takes his spear.
Yeah, the movie could have borrowed from Terror Train if Jason would have used that mask. But that reminds me, before I forget, I had this in my head and I almost forgot. It's interesting, and we've talked about this before on whatever radio shows or whatever. But in reference or talking about the campfire scene and this film being released in 1981, I'm sure you can name the other couple of movies that are the same genre that came out the same year. I want to say the same year, that have the same kind of spooky campfire scene.
Yeah, the burning and it's Madman in it as well. I think in it.
Yeah, there you go. And all three movies, all filmed in the same kind of vicinity, probably the same time, with the same kind of scenes. So that's kind of funny. Same genre, same whatever slasher. That's kind of fun.
I mean, I think I've only seen the burning maybe twice, but I remember like that campfire scene in that movie's eerily similar to the one in this movie. Like it's almost from just memory, like it's almost uncanny. Like even the way it's shot, like I believe it's quite similar.
Yeah, and you have someone at the end of it scares everyone with wearing a mask with a knife instead of a mask and a spear. But yeah, makes you wonder if someone went and spied on the Friday 2 production from the Burning production.
Interesting. That's very interesting. But I love the scene that follows just after that, where like everyone's hanging out in the lodge and how everyone thinks like it's a good idea to take on the guy in the wheelchair at arm wrestling. I'm just gonna like take this guy on at arm wrestling who just does nothing but use his arms all day long. Yeah, because I mean that's a good idea.
Yeah, well, the character says a couple of times he's in training. Can we assume that Mark is like a in training for arm wrestling?
That's interesting. I've never thought of that before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's quite possible.
Well, that's the only thing. Unless I guess I don't know if wheelchair races were or are a thing. I think they are. I don't know if they would have been a thing back then, but
The Paralympics. Yeah, I don't know if the Paralympics was around in the 80s. Maybe I don't know. I'm not like a big sports guru, so I can't really answer that. But
see the
yeah, yeah, I'm totally aware that he says that he's in training, but I never put the two and two together that it could be for arm wrestling. Though maybe he's friends with Sly's character from Over the Top.
It could very well be, but the one thing that gives it away for me is he's got like a little, I don't know, it seems like a professional arm wrestling little wrist, there's something around his wrist like when he's arm wrestling. So I don't know if it's an arm wrestling thing or what, but that's the thing that always kind of makes me think he must be in training for arm wrestling because he's got the arm wrestling thing on his wrist.
I've never really paid that much attention to the thing on his wrist, but yeah, hey, it makes sense. Definitely makes sense. But one thing that I don't know if you're aware of, but Laura Marie Taylor, who plays Vicky, was really into the guy that played Mark. Did you know that? Like in real life, she really liked him.
Oh, I don't think I know that, but one thing I do know is that she wasn't his type.
Yeah, that he played for the other team. Yeah, because she actually mentions that in one of I think it's Crystal Lake Memories. Yeah, she mentions like that she tried hitting on him like really early on when they were making the film, and he's like, sorry, ain't gonna happen. But I always thought that like you can really tell, man, that comes through on the screen that like she's really into this guy.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if those lovey-dovey, kind of scenes were before or after she found out.
Yeah, true. I'll give you an idea, Nate, of just how much detail, okay, that the people that made the game went into. I don't know if you remember or not. Like, I mean, it's a background kind of thing, but when the scene's happening with Mark with the arm wrestling, there's a little green like shelf behind him. That shelf is in the game, like, and it's in multiple places in the
Wow.
game.
Now
That's the level of detail they went into that game, and like and like the map for the Jarvis map, which is what it's called in the game. But for part 4, like Tommy's room is like totally decked out with like all the things he was making, and even like I remember once like just after watching the final chapter, I went and played that map of the game, and even the friggin' books, dude, and the little pictures and stuff on the wall in the house that the kids are staying at in part 4, which my gaming buddies and me have affectionately dubbed the sex house. Like the detail they put into that like is incredible. Like the books on the shelf look the same and everything. It's quite crazy.
Well, here's a question just regarding the location of the sex house. Is there a projector?
No, they don't have that. But that's really just one scene in the movie, I guess. I mean, you can only really have. I guess it's set up for like one. How it looks one way, and
Yeah, that's
in the
true.
movie, I guess. But I will say this though, like, um, it got to a point where my buddies actually started getting annoyed by it. That, like, if I was Jason, I would literally put like an axe, like, because what you could do in the games, you could knock down doors, right? And I would literally like just like not hit the door completely, so I would knock it down, but I would hit it with the axe like once or the machete once, just so it would leave like a gap in the door that looked like it did later on in the movie when Jason's thrown the axe through the door at that one chick.
Oh my
Like,
God.
I'd always like walk up to it and just like hit it once.
Just to put your own touch on the set dressing.
Pretty much, yeah. Um, and also, what's really cool in the game is the standalone missions that you can do as Jason. There's, I think, like about 8 to 10 of them, and one of them is, based on the kills in this movie, and you can pretty much recreate pretty closely to what happens to all the victims. You can recreate all the deaths. Like, you can follow Mark out onto the like veranda area there and put the machete in his face. You can go upstairs and kill Sandra and Jeff with a double impalement kill and things like that. Like, it's just, I'm telling you, man, like, that game, it's an incredible experience for a Friday fan. Like, I really wasn't kidding when I said, yeah, it's a Friday fan's wet dreams. It really, really is.
Yeah, you've wanted to go upstairs and kill Jeff and Sandra with the spears ever since you were a wee little one.
Yeah, yep, yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I remember, yeah, like, obviously I've been a gamer my whole life. And I remember saying to people, like, as a kid, like, wouldn't it be really, really cool if there was a Friday game that was like really authentic and like just like the movies. And I remember even a brief conversation I had when I was like in the city one day with this guy who was involved with some sort of gaming company, and he actually asked me like what I think would make a cool game, and I actually pitched him that idea, and he's like, "That's a really cool idea, man." And this is like probably late 90s or something like that. So, um, yeah, I was just really ecstatic when that game got announced. But what's kind of interesting though is it actually like didn't start off as like an official Friday game. I can't remember what the title was called off the top of my head, but it was something that was inspired by Friday because they wanted to make it as much like a Friday game as they could without using the title. And then, like, maybe 6 months into development, like, Cunningham actually gave them the license. So, um, it's a little bit of like the history of like the genesis of how the game came about.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can remember there was a title for it. I can't remember the title either.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's like I think it was Camp something, like something like that. But
I think it was something boring. Kind of like when they put fake titles on scripts so people don't know what they're filming.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think they even did that with this movie, dude. I think the shooting title was Jason. I do believe. And I don't know if you know this, but I know like some of the later films and stuff. The shooting titles were David Bowie albums and stuff like Aladdin Sane and things like. I think Aladdin Sane was what Tom McLaughlin used for Jason Lives.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that. Yeah.
I like how even early on how we get that little part where Ginny outsmarts Paul in the game of chess. That really gives you the idea, that she's not just all looks this girl. She's got a good head on her shoulders. It plays into the way she outsmarts good old Jason later on.
That's actually a good point, and I can see another way that maybe this movie was ahead of its time. I can see a scene like that being popular nowadays. A woman beating this man at chess, but that is a really good point. I don't think I really even thought about it that deeply. Like she's we're showing early on that this character of Ginny is she's a little bit of a force to be reckoned with. So Jason better watch out when he comes in contact with Ginny, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, also, you've got the drop line how she's studying psychology and things like that, which also plays heavily into the final act. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Amy still actually ended up becoming a psychologist later on in life.
Oh yeah, I think I heard something about that. Yeah. Well, she's got her work cut out for her these days.
Yeah, treating probably treating all the youth, with
Yeah.
anxiety, things like that. Probably makes her earn money that way. But I really think that Amy still, I think she did put some thought into the way she was going to play this character. I think she took it pretty seriously.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Here's something. I mean, that's the thing about this film. There's all these kind of little avenues you can go down with, like, what do you think about this or that? Like, like unanswered questions, so to speak, and that. And have you ever thought about, like literally not long after, Ginny's beat Paul at chess, and she goes and off into the cabin and changes and stuff, and then Paul kind of like creeps up behind her and gives her a scare, and they start making out and stuff. And she says she's got something to tell Paul. She goes, Paul, there's something I should tell you. Have you ever thought about what that might be?
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what it is these days. I can't remember how I figured it out. If I don't think I figured it out myself. Maybe it was some forum online or something, but it's kind of an interesting detail, isn't it?
Mm. I mean, I think maybe like she's going to tell him that maybe it's that particular time of the month for her.
Yeah, I didn't know that for years and years and years, and that's kind of interesting to find that out. Honestly, you got to give the movie. Well, it's kind of. I wonder why they made it so. I don't know if they why they made it so like not necessarily clear, like understandable, or maybe I'm dense. Maybe you knew from day one what that meant, but I certainly didn't know what that meant.
Well, no, not really. To be honest, I think my first reaction to her saying that was maybe she was pregnant. Maybe Paul got her pregnant, like, the last time they were like together and stuff, and that's what she wants to tell him because, like, you see scenes like that in other movies, But I guess that time of the month kind of makes, I guess, maybe the most sense. But hey, I could definitely see it being, that she's maybe in the early stages of a pregnancy too.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we're probably supposed to understand it when she wakes up and sees the beware of bears. I think we're probably supposed
Yeah, I
to.
was. I thought, you're maybe gonna go with that. Yeah.
But honestly, the thing is that I think that scene happens like I think too much transpires between the keep clean during your menstrual cycle and then her waking up the next day where I don't even on multiple viewings I'm not even thinking of the whole menstrual cycle. So for me, like when I watch the movie and it's Beware of Bears, it's like, huh? Like,
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah. I don't really usually put the them two together because I mean I guess it's less than 10 minutes screen time between those two parts, but I think that's still long enough that that kind of things kind of being forgotten. Yeah, that he was talking about the beware, of bears. I think they needed to play that a lot earlier somehow for to really for viewers, I guess, to really catch on all the time on that one.
Yeah, because like you say, maybe not a lot of screen time is elapsing, but there's a lot of stuff going on, like characters doing this and that. Sandra really wants to see, Camp Crystal Lake. Maybe, oh, you're not getting me out there. We'll see. And I can't remember what else is going on. Like you say, chess and what's his name with his, handheld electronic games. So, I mean, there's just so much that happens that it's like, beware of bears. But I do think it is really interesting how, it is really kind of unique for a horror movie to have the main female character not be able to do what, the female characters generally do in a movie like this. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess she could do it, it'd just be messy.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Um, he's an interesting, also like an interesting thought. When Crazy Ralph actually around that time, he bites the dust, and the way Jason gets him with the whatever that is, some sort of like barbed wire cord around his neck, like how did he physically do that? Like, you know, did he like somehow put his like did he climb the tree like awkwardly and like shimmy back down with his hands on the other side like with it there, or how did he achieve that?
Yeah, well, it's kind of the same thing you mentioned about Crazy Ralph just being in the pantry in the first movie. Like he had to have been standing in there for hours hoping that someone was going to open it. I mean, Jason was like, I don't know, he had a step stool on the other side of the tree. He steps on it, and then he, he puts his arms around the tree, grabs the wire, and puts his arm up and waiting there, hoping that someone's going to walk against the tree. And it is kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's almost, I guess, never really thought of this, but it's almost kind of a daring kill too, because I mean, anyone could kind of come by, like that sort of area is like pretty open there at the camp. Someone else could have come by when he was bumping off Crazy Ralph there, but I'm sad to see Crazy Ralph go, man. To be honest, I think they could have kept him around at least for like the third film. I reckon you probably could have had him at least in that movie. And, they wanted to have him in that movie with the little scene where they get that that the faux Ralph, Ralph wannabe character you get in that one scene.
Yeah,
But
we talked about
have you ever heard that? Yeah, you go.
we talked about that briefly in the first film. Like, did they kill Ralph too soon? And I think we both agree that probably at least one movie too early.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, you could have at least had him in the third film. I think. But in saying that, I've never really thought of this, but like because the third film was shot uh, in California, like because I think Walt Gorney was like a native of that kind of Jersey kind of area, like would he have gone out and like would he have like traveled to California to shoot the movie? You know what I mean? Maybe he wouldn't have.
Oh yeah, for such a small part, you very well might not have. That's a good point.
Yeah. And I have actually heard that. I mean, yeah, it's almost pretty much agreed that the only thing that Warrington Gillette did in the movies, Jason, is the end scare where he jumps out the window and that. But in Crystal Lake Memories, I believe it is, they mentioned that he did this kill, the Crazy Ralph kill. Like he claims it, and I've heard. I think someone else in the documentary mentions it, and I know Laura Marie Taylor, who plays Vicky, who's my most bonable in the film, or between her and Jenny. But even she mentions that Warrington Gillette was her Jason, so that kind of like suggests that Warrington did her kill where he stabs her and stuff. So sort of interesting. Like I guess we'll never really know for sure and stuff. And even the guy who played Jeff in the movie even says that he remembers Steve Miner and like some of the crew members talking about there was like some confusion on like who was doing what as Jason and those sort of things. So I mean, it just sort of kind of adds to the overall legend of the film, you know.
Yeah, that is interesting. Like we were talking about earlier, like, what are we talking, five people or more throughout the course of this movie play Jason? It's just really, really goofy.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I find that that sort of stuff just endlessly interesting. You know, it's the sort of thing I think about quite a bit.
Yeah, one thing I do want to say now, we're kind of right around this area in the film that as much as once again I love the first film, like one of the things that I think does kind of, it's like I guess it works both ways. Like to have the first film, for example, is you basically get one day and one night, whereas this film you get like 2 days and 2 nights. And honestly, it's really kind of cool, you know, to go from the first film to the second film where you've got, basically a double. You've, you know what I'm saying? You've got, instead of just one day and one night, you got 2 days and 2 nights. So that's kind of cool. And even though the movie's not as long as the first film, it does almost feel like you get to experience more time with these counselors and training characters because of the fact that more time kind of elapses in the movie.
No, I see exactly what you're saying with that, and yeah, I totally agree. I think it almost works out a little bit better, like with the time frame and stuff within the story. So I mean, I guess like that it was probably like the first day they all showed up. It was probably Thursday the 12th.
Well, that's something else that maybe is a good time to address right now. Is the first film, of course, takes place or on Friday the 13th, and there isn't an this film. There's no mention of what day it takes place on. So are we going to? Are we assuming that the night everyone gets, or the night that the bulk of the movie takes place where everyone gets killed is like Friday the 13th? Are we just assuming they forgot about that? Isn't that kind of interesting? How like with the second film, the first sequel, that you think they would have, I don't know. It's just like they kind of forgot about what the movie's titled based on. If you see what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, and I'll even elaborate on that a little bit more and take it a step further. And I mean, yeah, like you said, it's not established whether or not it actually is Friday the 13th in this movie like it is in the original. But like I know I don't have to tell you this, or pretty much any of the hardcore fans that are probably listening right now. But 2, 3, and 4 all take place pretty much one after the other. Like they're pretty close. It's all within days of each other, pretty much. So like by the time you get to like part 3, like is that like is it like Sunday by that point? You know what I mean? Or by the time you get to like
Sunday
the
the
final
15th.
chapter, like sorry.
Sunday the 15th.
Yeah, pretty much. Or like by part 4, like the kids in part 4 look like they're setting up for a weekend. You know what I mean? Like but by that point it's probably Monday. You know what I mean? But I think with 4, like I think you like I'm not gonna. I mean, obviously I'll probably touch upon this again when we get to 4, but I think with 4 you can have a little bit of leeway because like you can argue like the time that Jason escapes from the hospital to the time he actually gets back to like the camp, like whatever the Jarvis residence Crystal Lake area, you could argue that some time has passed between then. Like I mean, I think it's mentioned in that movie exactly where that hospital is. I think it's like Wessex County or something like that. So Um, I don't think it's actually said exactly how far away that is from, like the Crystal Lake area, but I'm guessing like it's not down the road. So you could argue that it took Jason a little while to get back, to that area. But like, I mean, obviously there can't be two Friday the 13th in 1 month. You know what I mean? But it does kind of help a little bit with the Rob character. I don't know about you, but I've always kind of had a little bit of a problem with the Jason Hunter Rob character in part four, like how he's like, on the hunt for Jason. And like, I mean, it's also relevant to bring him up in this movie too, because he's Sandra's brother. So that's what the whole reason why he's after Jason is, because Jason's bumped off his sister. But I mean, this guy looks like he's been hunting Jason for years, man. And like, in the movie's timeline, like, it's maybe, I don't know, like, it's generous to say it's a week later. You know what I mean? Like, he's got all these new newspaper clippings and stuff, and there's like, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's a deleted scene where he's got like these like friggin' like, for the time, like high tech like traps for Jason and stuff that he's set up like around his tent camp area and stuff. Like, you kind of got to give the film a gimme with that aspect of it, I guess.
Yeah, I can remember recording Final Chapter off TV in 1989, and that scene with the little radar dishes and stuff he's got around his camp.
Yeah, that's it.
that was in the TV version, and so was I want to say Corey Feldman chopping his fingers off was a TV version.
Oh wow, yeah. I've never seen the TV version, but I have seen those scenes, and I think there's even an extra scene where can't place their names off the top of my head, but
the shower couple.
That's them. They're like on the porch or something. There's like a brief scene there with them two, and then I think the ambulance crew at the beginning of the film. There's an extra scene with them as well, like while they're riding in the ambulance, I believe. So I've seen all that stuff, of course, but I just thought that would, even though we're talking about part two, I thought it was relevant to just bring up part four, because there is that connection with the Rob character.
Yeah, absolutely. Where the hell are we on the part two?
What's your thoughts on I always got a kick out of where Muffin like discovers Jason, walks up to Jason, and then Jason kind of looks down at her, and it immediately cuts that shot of like, the sausages cooking.
Yeah, that's a pretty humorous cut. It'd be funny to have experienced the film in '81 and with the packed audience and see what the reaction would be, or even now, I guess anytime. But it'd be funny to see. Oh wait, you've seen this in the theater with people. What happens when they cut to the hot dogs?
Yeah, got a laugh.
Well, good.
People laugh. Like when they find that, when Sandra and Jeff find that mangled animal later, like, are you under the impression that that's Muffin?
Oh, absolutely.
Where they go, it looks like a dog, and they're like, oh, it's too mangled to tell.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
it has to be, hey, because I mean, like, she did come up to Jason. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they made that
but
thing.
I don't know, but sorry, yeah, you go.
They made that thing look, the dead dog corpse look a lot like Muffin. So.
Yeah, you're definitely right on with that. But I don't know, like, that seems like a little bit out of character in a way for Jason. Like, I mean, yeah, I think he's all fair game when it comes to killing humans and hunting animals to eat and kill that way. But I don't know if it's totally in his character to kill Muffin, to be honest.
Nah, maybe he doesn't eat domesticated animals.
Yeah. But I mean, it also lends total credibility that at the end where Muffin turns up again, that has to be a dream sequence,
Yeah, that's very true. How cool is just like the next day, for example, that you get to see them, I don't know, Paul Holt taking them for a jog and then taking them through the woods for a walk or whatever. And
hey, Jeff, we're having a showdown. What the hell's the matter with you? I love that. Yeah, the way Jeff like just gives him the finger.
Yep.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool stuff, man.
I mean, I
It
could
just yeah,
I could have watched I don't know 15 20 minutes more of them, just Paul Holt taking them through through the paces, just doing the counselor training stuff, and see or, Sandra jogging for like 20 minutes.
hell yeah, I'm totally down for that. Can you imagine like like if me and you or like just fans in general like well yeah just say for the sake of argument if me and you like were like mega rich and we had like a time machine and we had like a way to like visit the set of this and we're like look we'll give you like another $3 million if you just shoot like an extra half an hour of footage of just like 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 extended scenes like you said like of like Paul Holt taking them through the drills and things like that, just for our own satisfaction.
Oh yeah, going back time machine to them filming part two and film more. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe wait until Sandra's 18th birthday and film that scene how it should have been filmed. Well, I think they actually did film it, but then they
They
found
did,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, man,
They
that
had to, when they discovered that she was underage, apparently they had to, destroy the footage from what I've heard.
damn it.
I remember though, like vividly as a kid, like thinking like, when those daytime scenes are playing, like just where Sandra and Jeff are getting ready to go visit the old Camp Blood, and she's wearing that like very like revealing bikini there. Like I remember just thinking like, is that thing gonna come apart? Like I really hope it does. I remember thinking that as a kid.
Yeah, I can remember. I don't think he said it in his video, like TV review of the movie, but I can remember like seeing like a print Roger Ebert review of Friday the 13th Part 2 and him being at a screening, I guess with, I don't know if they made him go to a theater with, other people that paid to see it, but him writing in his little paper review about someone in the audience just saying like, we want to see them tits or something, or he probably didn't say tits in the review, maybe boobs or take off your shirt or whatever, but I always thought that was a funny little detail he wrote in his paper review or whatever, and I always, every time I see pretty much Marcy, I think of that part of his review.
Marcy, don't you mean
Oh, did I say Marcy? Yeah.
you said Marcy.
Well, thank you for correcting me. What the hell's her name?
I'm just gonna sit here until you remember it.
I appreciate that.
Sandra.
Sandra.
Bitch.
Sandra, thank you very much.
But I mean, come on, that bikini has to be at least one size too small for her.
Yeah, what a bummer.
But no, you can definitely see why she got cast. But,
Absolutely. Like I say, I'm replaying that second day kind of stuff in my head, and I just honestly I could just sit and watch them like eating the hot dogs, hanging around at the at the tables there, and just what's her name, cutting wood. I mean, it's like I could just watch some of that, and I'd be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where Ginny's got the chainsaw in it. I guess that scene kind of almost also exists like just to show like, look, Ginny knows how to use the chainsaw. Like, so when she uses it against Jason later, like, you can't say, oh, how did she know how to use that chainsaw? Like,
Oh, absolutely.
She knows what she's doing, and it's kind of like that. Has that that effect. Like if you set something up in like the first act, so you can use it in the third act,
Right, it's a physical version of the chess game. Like, okay, the chess game shows that she can think her way out of things. Chainsaw scene shows that she can, I don't know, use a chainsaw.
Yeah, it's like kind of like I guess if I'm using the term correctly, because I've never actually tried to use it as far as I can remember, but sort of like the Chekhov's gun kind of effect, you know.
No, what does that mean?
It means like yeah, but if I remember correctly, it means like yeah, if you set up something earlier in the film, like like later on in the third act, like you can pay it off that way. And I
Oh,
think yeah,
okay.
the term they use for that is like Chekhov's gun.
It is interesting how, kind of a sequel to a slasher movie would have the confidence to set things up like that, but they do, don't they?
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Um, like I said, they're called they're slasher films, these films, but like you said, you could watch like an extra 20 minutes of like just Ginny, cutting up the wood and Sandra and Jeff like wandering around the woods and things like that. And yeah, I think you do get some good character moments too. Like even like where Ginny's telling a silly joke about what's green and red and goes 100 miles an hour, frog in a blender, and then Teddy has to chime in with his Beethoven last movement joke, and just like Vicky's reaction to it, like it's funny,
Yeah,
good
that
character moment.
every time I watch the movie, I can remember the TV cut of Friday the 13th Part 2. Ginny tells her frog in a blender joke, and then Ted jumps down from the watchtower thing, and then it cuts to the next scene. They cut out his joke on TV.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess it was a little too racy for TV back. The last time I saw it on TV was probably, I can remember or watching. They played the first two movies back to back. I think in 1990 in the one summer evening. I thought
Oh,
it was,
wow.
even though I had them on VHS, there was something about just like watching them on TV because you kind of knew that other people were watching it. So it was just kind of cool to watch them, to see what they did cut out and what they kept in, kind of a stuff.
Yeah, I guess it's that closest thing you get to that communal experience that you can get in a theater. You know what I mean? I mean, the closest thing to that nowadays is like if there's a Friday theft coming around, and all us Friday people like we'll like talk about how what one we're gonna watch, like on Facebook groups and things like that. But always get a big kick out of things like that myself. Yeah, but yeah, I never saw any of these on TV, man. I mean, I guess they must have played them at some point, but I just never caught them on TV. So I never saw any of the TV footage from any of them until pretty much the days of YouTube. And yeah, I mean, I wasn't really the hugest TV watching guy. Like even as a kid, I was just more into watching, my own VHS dubs and things I would hire from the video store and things like that. Because I mean, I was almost always like really kind of put off by like having to sit through the ad, like the ads, or I guess like the more commonly used term in the States is like commercials and things like that, and commercial, and things like that, and also like the fact that they would cut out things like would kind of put me off. I was like, oh man, I want to see him say the word fuck, you know what I mean, or I want to see the machete actually go into that dude's head, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the movie's just not the same if I can't hear the swear words.
Yeah, it's like it takes away the punch of it in a lot of ways,
Yeah, the movie's not the same without that Beethoven's Last Movement joke.
Exactly. Here's something I got to mention. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but the actor that plays the cop in this, who's I don't think his name's said in the movie at all, but I think in the novelization they gave him the name Deputy Winslow.
Yeah,
That actor actually passed away in March of this year.
yeah, I
So
remember.
R.I.P.
I think it was on. Yeah, I found that out from Friday13franchise.com. Honestly, I can't believe he lived that long. He looked old in the movie.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah, like he looks like he's at least pushing middle age, but like I mean, back then in a lot of cases, people looked older than they really were. Like this guy could have been like 32 for all we know. Like then you know what I mean. Like he might have looked like 53, 54, but he might have been like 32.
Yeah,
You just
that's
you
true.
never know. But yeah, I know that it's funny, man, because like you know, I mean, I don't know if it totally makes like a lot of sense in the way because like I know obviously if you live in New York, I mean, well then again, then maybe he did live in New York, but in New York, no one really has a car for the most part. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really make a lot of sense to own a car there and stuff. So I do know that the guy, that played this cop, he had the same thing that the guy that plays Officer Milky in the first one is he couldn't drive a car, so they had to give him driving lessons. So that one little brief moment before he takes off after Jason, he didn't really know what he was doing in the car. He's like, spots Jason. He's like, hey, you, you know. Always thought that was kind of interesting, and he's in the documentary. He's in Crystal Lake Memories, and like I mean, the thing is with Crystal Lake Memories is sometimes you're not exactly sure if the footage you're seeing is stuff that they shot when they were doing Crystal Lake Memories, or some of it's like shot. Some of it's footage from when they did His Name Was Jason, because I know they didn't use everything that they shot for His Name Was Jason, because I believe it was the same people that were involved with both documentaries. I know a lot of the, if not all of the interview with Amy Steele was from when they did the first documentary. But yeah, they interviewed him there, the guy who plays the cop, and he looks pretty kind of ill in that documentary. Like his eyes are really bloodshot. He does not look well. And that was it was either footage they shot back in 2013, or it could have been back in like I think His Name Was Jason's like I think it came out not long before the reboot came out. So I want to say it was probably like 08 or 09. So he didn't look well even then, man. To think that he only died this year is quite remarkable.
Yeah, I'd say so. Jesus, extra 10 years.
Yeah, like he's got. Yeah, I mean, by the look of him, he's got to be like in his 50s in this film, eh?
Yeah, that's what I always thought as a teenager, but watching it now, it's like, if you look at his face, I mean, his face isn't necessarily that old, but some people can gray pretty early, and some people can have guts pretty early, so.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I love though where he's kind of trying to grill Paul on like the way he's running the camp and stuff. Then that he's like, what? No punishment? What kind of place is this? And like I love the way I pulled this in. And he's like, Jenny, no seconds on dessert tonight for Jeff and Sandra.
Uh,
the way he just looks like he's like, you taking the piss, mate? Like taking the piss out of me or what?
yeah.
I always thought that was amusing as hell. Like, just the way like Ginny's trying not to laugh.
Yep, you got it right. That seems like a real moment there.
Yeah.
Let me mention this. I don't want to forget to mention this. I don't know if you've ever noticed. I'm going to guess you probably haven't. But the scene where Sandra and Jeff kind of like they go off to go check out Crystal Lake, and she's like, "Okay, here we go," and it's kind of that side shot of where you can see the lake on one side and the woods on the others, and you can hear like the sounds of the rest of the counselor training people on the beach or in the water, making sounds and vocalizing and stuff. Some of that water vocalization stuff that you hear on the beach is actually from the dock scene in the first film.
I think I've noticed that subconsciously.
Yeah,
Now that you say it.
yeah,
Now that you say it.
yeah,
To be honest with you, but That's interesting as hell. That's a cool little tidbit of info right there.
Yeah, that's something. I've always been a kind of a stickler for details, especially as much as I've watched these movies, and I'm like, yeah, that's the some of the audio from them playing on the dock in the first film, isn't it?
Yeah, I consider myself like a bit of a stickler for details, and I'm pretty good with that stuff. But yeah, I'm quite surprised how accurate you are with some of the stuff, man.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
Well, I meant it as one, so that's the way you should take it.
Oh,
Um,
well, in that case,
but I think this,
screw you.
I think there's also a good moment to maybe talk a little bit more about like just Jason and just like the sort of the history between like who played him and like what came to be with that and like obviously most people will know that Warrington was hired to play Jason and well actually he tried to audition for the role of Paul first and he didn't get that and they said well we'll like you they said we like you would you like to play Jason? He said look I'm willing to do whatever you guys want me to do. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, they said, well, he said that, they saw that he'd been to Hollywood stuntman school and stuff. So, yep. So yeah, Warrington, pretty much gave them the impression that he could do the stunts in the movie, and they found that out very quickly that he couldn't. So someone in the production knew Steve Dash. So they called Steve Dash up and they said, we're doing this movie. We've got this problem with this guy we hired for this role, and we thought he was a stuntman, but he's not really. We need you to come work on the movie. And Steve was like, okay, when do you want me there? And he's like, well, we need you here now. And Steve Dash, pretty much said that he was broke, and he's like, I got no money. I got no real way to get up there. He's like, we'll figure it out. So, like, I believe something to the effect that, like, Steve Dash borrowed, like, a couple $100 off a relative of his, like, I think it was, like, his brother-in-law or something, and used that to, through his gas money and stuff to get up to the set and stuff. And, he was handed a script, and he was told he's playing Jason, and he looked at the script, like I said earlier, and, like, well, so what, I'm the star of this movie? And they put a bag on his head, and away he went, sort of thing. And for years, Steve Dash had no idea, like, that this film was just so popular and that people wanted to meet him and things like that. And I remember as a kid, like, seeing these on video, obviously, for the first time. And, all I really had to go on was, like, the end credits to know, like, behind-the-scenes sort of stuff because, I mean, we didn't really – I don't think – Fangoria really was released here back then, so I mean I didn't get to read any of like the behind the scenes things about any of these movies, and for the longest time up until probably probably like I want to say like 2000 and maybe 6 or 7 around there or around that sort of time was when I came to the realization that Steve Dash did most of the things in the film. I mean, in the credits it said Warrington Gillette as Jason. So, I mean, Steve Dash got the stuntman credit. Apparently, Warrington's agent wouldn't give up, the credit for Warrington being Jason since he was hired as Jason first. And then I think, they fired Warrington and then had to bring him back because they'd already done like the fittings for all the prosthetics and stuff for him to be, the unmasked Jason at the end. But, Steve Dash had no idea for years, and it all kind of came together at a HorrorCon at some point. They were both there, Steve Dash and Warrington Gillette. And Warrington Gillette was signing pictures of Jason. But like this, not the end scene he was signing, like all these other moments where you see Jason in the film with the the potato sack on his head and stuff, and Steve Dash confronted him. He's like, yeah, he got right up in his face because don't know if you're aware, but Steve Dash used to be a cop for a while. Did you know that, Nate?
I'm not sure if I knew that or not.
Yeah, so yeah, Jason was a cop for a while. But yeah, so he got up in his face. He's like, "What the fuck do you think you're doing, buddy? Like, you didn't do any of this stuff in the film. I did. You just jumped through the fucking window at the end." And and then yeah, Warrington's like, "Well, I can't remember. I had a ski accident not long after that, and I can't remember what I did in the movie." And like Steve Dash, yeah, apparently he's not the sort of dude to. Well, I mean, R.I.P. He's passed away now, but he wasn't the sort of dude to be messed with. He pretty much said, "Yeah, you're signing more of these bitches while I'm here. I'm going to throw you through this frigging window, mate." But there's a very candid interview that he did on deadpit.com, which I think I've mentioned in the past, way back in the day. Yeah, I mean, they're still around now. They took a long break for many years, but they've come back now, and they used to, yeah, interview a lot of people from horror films, and they've interviewed almost anybody who's anybody in the franchise, and they interviewed Steve Dash, and that's where some of that knowledge I'm now spouting now comes from. That's where I heard it. Like he had some very choice words about Warrington, like calling him, dick nose, shit like that. Like he really didn't like the guy, hey, because I mean, to be fair, the guy was taking credit for his work for many years, and like even on the Crystal Lake, the Manhattan box set, that's where Warrington first got interviewed, and yeah, he's talking about his role in the film, like he was Jason the whole time and stuff. And I know when yeah, Steve Dash used to do signings and stuff, he would sign it, Steve Dash, or his full name's Dashkowitz, but he'd sign it, Steve Dash, the real Jason. So
Oh,
I mean, yeah, we can't really talk about this film without at least touching upon that whole thing. And yeah, I find it pretty interesting. Like it's just another layer to the mystique of the film.
yeah, that's interesting. That I mean, I guess one would think like a sequel to a successful movie and over $1 million and stuff would have its shit together a little more. But it's weird to find out that I don't know. Like we keep saying, there's at least five Jasons for this movie, and it's just really weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steve Dash did majority of the stuff though. Like, I mean, the only things that really aren't him is like I guess maybe some of the shows on walls, and at the beginning with yeah, like we said, it was that chick from the production that was Jason, and maybe some of the kills in that were uh, Carl Fullerton. I guess probably at the beginning of the film with yeah, with the Alice kill, I think was him. And like I said, like what Lauren Marie Taylor has said that Warrington did her kill, which is interesting. I mean, is that like a false memory of hers, or is that true, or is she like covering from Warrington? Like, are they good buddies? I mean, who's to say? Who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just sort of things that are endlessly interesting to debate. But I do know that yeah, Steve Dash did majority of the Jason antics in the film.
Well, it is interesting, and my dad pointed it out from day one. It is interesting that shot as Jason approaches Vicky with the knife, how whoever's holding it's got an actual like thumb injury, where I don't know, they hit their thumb with a hammer or something because they got the little bit of the blood or black mark, whatever the hell it is, under the thumb. Like kind of like when you hit your hammer or hit your thumb with a hammer, kind of a situation. So I don't know. Perhaps if one were to slow mo the shot of him coming through the window and you could see his thumbs, maybe you could confirm whether it's Warrington or not. I don't think you could see his thumbs in that shot, though.
Well, if that's a real injury, I think you've just solved that mystery. He could, like, I mean, obviously, I've always, noticed that thumb injury, that nail injury, but the scene in the shack at the end, I do know that Steve Dash actually injured his hand doing that scene because Amy Steele like missed a mark or something, and she came down on him actually on the hand with the machete. So maybe he got that thumb injury from that accident.
Yeah,
So
it's
that would tell you that that's actually Steve Dash in that scene and not Warrington.
yeah, it's a possibility.
Like I said, man, like you can analyze this stuff for days. You know, it's just a lot of fun. Yeah. If you were this cop, right, this deputy Winslow, and you see like a brief moment of some dude who's like wearing some sort of mask, like duck into the woods, and you're on your own, you got no backup, would you just go running after him?
Nah, I probably wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'd be like, yeah, I don't get paid enough for this. This guy's on his own.
But we
But
should mention that this is the infamous scene where we see for the very first time, infamous. Not all of it, but
Shaq.
right, we get a look at the outside and some of the inside of, well, a lot of the inside of the infamous Jason shack, and honestly, when this comes up in the movie, it is really kind of intriguing. Like, oh wow, okay, so whoever this, well, I mean, do we pretty much assume that it's Jason at this point, or like as a first time viewer, the guy running through the woods and
Yeah, I guess at this point, yeah, you'd have to be pretty clueless to not figure out that it's probably Jason at this point. Like they're talking about Jason and stuff like that.
so it is really cool.
Um,
They could have just done a lazy thing and never really even acknowledged, how he or where he stayed out in the woods or whatever. It is a really cool detail for him to have built this, ramshackle, tattered together little frickin' shack in the woods, and obviously it'll come into play much more at the end of the movie with the famous you know what. It's so funny how it's like I don't want to say it as if someone's listening to this who hasn't seen the movie, but it's the whole age of spoilers and trying to avoid them. But yeah, definitely an iconic scene, and one that's kind of like, ooh, this is a cool detail, a shack in the woods.
yeah, I wonder where Jason got the material to build the shack. Yeah, like was it stuff that he like? I don't know. Did he have this like for many years, or was it something that he kind of cobbled together from like different like construction areas, or was it stuff that he bits and pieces that he stole from the old Crystal Lake camp? Yeah, it's sort of interesting. And like he's got a toilet, but obviously there's no plumbing. So like, how's he how's he using that? Like where's he getting the like? I'll even get really sweaty on you and say like, where's he getting the candles that like constantly have that altar lit? Like when he was at the camp as a kid, did he learn how to make candles or some shit?
Yeah, I think you're getting a little too inquisitive, but I hear you. But honestly, the shack does have a really cool, authentic, just thrown together out of anything you can find appearance to it. And maybe you hit the nail on the head. Maybe this is like 5 years after the events of the first film. I suppose by then, I mean, he would have had a lot of time to gather trinkets that would maybe go unmissed at the old Camp Crystal Lake location.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Um, I mean, like the thing is with the shack, it doesn't look like it's that far off the beaten path. Hey, like you only had to chase him for a little while to get to that shack. So sort of amazing that I guess no one else has come across it. You know what I mean? Like all this time, no one's found it. But yeah.
Well, who's to say no one's found it? Maybe they didn't live to tell about it.
Well, I'll give you another little tidbit insight to my script explores that little detail.
Hey.
Yeah. But I think I was having a conversation with somebody. I can't remember if it was you or it might have been my mate Ryan. Actually, I think it was my mate Ryan. Yeah, I think it was him. The other day we were talking about how it's kind of similar, like between this character of the cop and the security guard in Halloween 2.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I think they got like a similar kill. They both die like with a hammer in the head and things like that.
Same year.
Yeah, that's kind of strange, eh?
Absolutely. Yeah, I find this one to be more interesting than that. That scene seems to go on forever in Halloween too.
Yeah, I even like my friend Ryan was talking about how I can't remember the term he used, but like even the way that security guard, like the way he kind of like lifts open that lock and like looks at the broken chain and stuff, like it's almost sort of artsy the way like he does like the hand movements or something. He was talking about something like that. But I thought that was pretty funny. But
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
it's a pretty creepy scene where he's like exploring the shack and things like that. The cop.
I have to, before we get back to Friday, I have to just mention that one part in Halloween 2 where that security guard's going to open that one door and he flips the lock off it and then he, like, with his finger flips the thing, kind of the whatever the hell it is, the thing that locks it, and it goes, it like bounces back to the position and you can
Yeah,
tell
that's
it.
like what my friend was talking about. Yeah, like how he's doing that sort of stuff.
But it's just so funny how you can see his hand like shake, like he wasn't expecting that thing to just flop back to the position. Yeah, it's just funny. Anyway, Friday too.
Yeah. I always thought it was a pretty creepy scene. I remember thinking as a kid, man, like when he opens the door that's the entrance to the main part where the altar is and stuff. I remember thinking like, what's he just saying? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know what's in that room.
Yeah, isn't that a tease? Wow.
And I said quite a while. It's up to the very end that you find out what's in there.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Here's something else that's pretty interesting. Like Jason really could have had a bloodbath with like all the people who are at this Canceller Training Center. You know what I mean? Like half of them leave.
I know. I was gonna say that. I was like, I bet the audience who went to see this were like, wow, look at how many people there is for him to kill, and then they put them all in a truck and most of them, and they drive away. It's like, damn it.
But I always thought it was pretty interesting how Teddy survives there.
Yeah, I mean, he could have potentially shown up in another film.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, if they wanted to. That actor is actually in Christine as well. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It seems like I just saw something he was also in. Damn it. I saw something recently that he was also in. Oh, maybe it was just a screenshot. Um, yeah, it was just a screenshot. I haven't seen it recently in the past week. The Kino Blu-ray of Young Doctors in Love was on sale, and that's the one with the topless this one topless hot chick who was in Slumber Party Massacre too. But I've contemplated getting that. But anyway, that movie's from like '82, and one of the screen Blu-ray screenshots he's in there too. So I think he did a lot of stuff back then. Maybe just little bit pieces or whatever. But yeah, he was a fun character every time I see him in something.
Interesting. Yeah, he really has that character actor vibe and look about him. Like he definitely suits those kind of off the beaten path kind of roles, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Yeah.
yeah. What about the little moment where uh, the guy in the wheelchair, I'm blanking his name, but he's trying to get into the cabin and that, and the way Jeff's like, "Come on, Scooter." Like
Yep.
that line would not fly these days. It really wouldn't.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're right.
Marky's character's name is the dude in the wheelchair. Like, yeah, that line would not it would not fly nowadays, man. Like, I reckon even young kids watching that now would be like, that's so offensive.
Yep. I think you're right. Oh my God, I'm gonna turn this off.
He just called him Scooter. That's insensitive.
Then they'll call up Amy Steele for some counseling.
Exactly. But I'm surprised, like the person who's like, whoever it is who's credited as like the Prowler, and this is like Jason. I'm surprised they're not at cons and stuff trying to make money.
Yeah, that one shot. That one shot, I can't remember. Oh yeah, that happens right here after the scooter bit, and they go
Yeah,
inside, and
exactly. Yeah.
yeah, the shadow. And the funny thing about that
Yep.
shot is back on VHS. You
You
could
couldn't see it.
no, you could see it, but I think on the Blu-ray now in widescreen or whatever, you can actually see where the shadow goes onto the tree and kind of just stops, which is kind of funny. Like the actor probably thought he's out of went far enough where the shadow's off of camera, but it just, if you notice, the shadow just stops on the tree there, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But
But yeah.
maybe Jason's stopping for a piss though. I don't know.
Well, do undead people piss?
I'll let you
He has a
know.
toilet. He has a toilet. So
That's true. Yep.
he goes back to the endless debate. You know, is he undead to begin with in the sequel, or is he? Is he alive? Yeah. I mean, yeah. My thoughts on that. But yeah, this is where they end up at the like bar and stuff. You reckon this is where the you can see the Jeep that you reckon's probably the Jeep from the first movie, right?
Oh yeah. Do you have it on?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm looking. I can see one Jeep. I mean, you can only see like the rear of it, but
The rear of it. Yeah.
yeah, it looks like it could be. Yeah,
I think it's the blue color with the white rims. So I mean, it could be.
yeah, it looks. Yeah, it does look very similar. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, could have been like Steve Miner's Jeep or something.
Yep.
But yeah, I love that whole scene at the bar and stuff. It's fun, Like Jenny's like theorizing about like Jason, like is he you know a frightened retard? Is he a man trapped in a man's body?
Oh,
And
that's another
I
line.
love
That's another line that wouldn't fly today.
oh yeah, exactly. You can't use that. Even you can't even use the word special anymore without someone getting offended.
Oh
Even that's
Jesus.
like not acceptable, socially acceptable now. But yeah, like what do you think? Do you think he's like a child trapped in a man's body kind of thing? Like,
I'd say so, based on his reaction to Ginny in the sweater at the end. That to me would kind of say so.
yeah, that's a very fair point. Um, but yeah, I love Teddy's reaction to that when she says that a child trapped in a man's body, and he's like, "Oh, let me out, let me out, let me out."
Oh my
Always thought
God.
that always thought that was pretty funny. Yeah.
You know what's funny about that scene? Maybe sometime you can watch it. Is I didn't notice it until I think the last couple of years, which is funny. Watching this for decades, but I guess it's because you're paying attention to the dialogue. But if you listen to the background when that song ends, that the scene starts with, the song ends. There's like this really brief, like just it almost sounds like a video game, like cheering, like like just whistling, not cheering, but like whistling applause, kind of a like way to go for playing such a great tune. And it's just like it sounds like a video game sound effect, and then it just stops. It's so funny, like it's so bad, it's so poorly done. Like after they're done playing the music.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, someday listen to that and you'll just laugh. It sounds like a video game from like the 80s. Like it's like and just stops.
Well, I know they got like a Kiss pinball machine in the background. I don't know if it's coming from that or not, but
Well,
um,
no, I think it's supposed to
that's
be the crowd like whistling or whatever cheering after the band stops. It's really funny.
oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look for that on my next viewing. Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, before we kind of got ahead of ourselves, we didn't really address the skinny dipping scene with Terry and the so do you think Harry Manfredini kind of did a Jaws little thing on purpose there, like dun 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 dun, like did you notice that dun 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 dun?
I think it's another one of those things, not consciously, subconsciously. Now that you bring it up, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, um, probably deliberate. Yeah, I mean, his score for these films has been accused of being almost a Psycho ripoff, which I mean, I can kind of see the correlation there, but I don't think that's a very accurate statement. I mean, it's sort of. I mean, even I think Harry Manfredini said it's sort of hard for any composer to not riff on something that Bernard Herrmann did. You know what I mean? In some way.
Well,
That
there's so much music out there. I mean, how can you write music without, I mean, oh my God, that you use you use notes. This other composer used notes too. How you ripped off this composer for using notes.
exactly. I mean, it's like a different kind of thing, but it's almost like how they say there's like there's only about 4 or 5 different stories that you can tell. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you can just like tell them from like a different point of view or put a different spin on it, sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to give a little bit of leeway with things here and there with that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, I think he scores, pretty special, man. It's pretty original. It doesn't sound anything like Halloween or anything that I can think of really beforehand, other than like I guess little flourishes here and there of Psycho, like a little bit, and I guess Jaws a little bit too. But he definitely did a lot that makes it its own.
Yeah, and I've always thought the Scott killing was one of the more brutal ones in the whole franchise. Something about him just being helpless, like hanging upside down, and just someone walking up to you, pulling your head back, and just slitting your throat.
Yeah, I mean that goes to show that Jason's no dummy. He set that trap. It had to have been him. I mean, who else would have done that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Scott assumed it was Paul. I guess you can see. God damn that Paul, him
Mm.
and his wilderness bullshit.
Yeah, obviously, but I don't think it was Paul. I think it was Jason.
No, I don't think it was Paul, but it was kind of interesting where the character thinks it was. That's funny.
Yeah. Um, have you heard that? Like a lot of fans have pointed out that the machete is the dull side that he gets killed with.
Yeah, I've always wondered that as a kid because ever since I mean I've had machetes since I was 12, and I always wondered what the hell the deal with that was. I always thought, well, maybe it's some kind of different machete where the sharp side was on the other side, but
Exactly.
so
That's the common mistake. That's exactly what it was, man. The sharp sides on the other side. I can't remember the name of that particular machete they used, but yeah, that actually was the sharp side. But yeah, because most machetes are that's the dull side, I guess. That's why fans think that it's a goof, but it's actually not.
yeah, because I think that machete has a more curved up tip, and that would be you'd think that would be much more effective swatting through jungles or whatever with that tip being curved up, and having that sharp side on the other side. So, wow, is that the same machete that is used twice in the movie? Then maybe to kill what's that the guy hanging up Scott and then Mark possibly, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Wow, I
Um,
think I just realized that maybe that's a kind of a rare occasion in the franchise where the same weapon was used twice.
yeah, that's true. Um, I have heard people say that machetes aren't so much a East Coast thing either, which is interesting.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's what people say. They're not really that common on the East Coast of the states.
It is
Here's
it
another
it
little
is it
tidbit I just wanted to quickly mention is the pocket knife that Terry gets to cut him down is the same pocket knife they use in the video game. You can actually find pocket knives in the video game, and Jason if Jason grabs you, if you have a knife in your inventory, it'll make him let you go. Like he can't execute a kill if you have a pocket knife. So they actually, yeah, they used that pocket knife, yeah, which is like I said, insane detail.
so in the game, like, why can't you kill someone with a pocket knife?
Well, you can find items by looking in drawers and stuff, and like little camp areas and that sort of thing. And yeah, one of the items in the game you can find is a pocket knife, and usually like there's maybe three pocket knives, maybe four, sometimes each round. Like, and they'll be scattered right through the map. Yeah, and if you happen to be one of the players that comes across one, if you have one, if Jason grabs you, he has to let you go because you have a pocket knife. The pocket knife will enter his neck. So yeah, you get it's like a yeah, get out of jail free card, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. What's your thoughts on off-screen kill of Terry? Would you just as soon see her? And I wonder how she does die. One can only assume he doesn't mess her up too badly, because doesn't he bring her back to his place for who knows what later?
Yeah, he does. I'm wondering what you mean by who knows what. Are you inferring something about Jason, sir?
Yeah, I very well could be.
um, I think we did discuss this a few weeks ago on one of the shows. Like I think actually, I think we brought it up. I think it was when we did the first movie. You asked me like what my thoughts were on the off-screen kill and that sort of thing. And to be honest, man, I'm kind of yeah, indifferent on it. It's kind of cool how it has that mystique in a way. Like, like you're always gonna wonder like, ooh, like I wonder what happened to her there, or it's sort of like Deborah's kill in the first movie. No, so not Deborah, Brenda. It's Brenda. Brenda's kill in the first movie. You don't quite see what happens to her. So but I think it has its place, and it's a very common thing in a way in the Friday films. It happens quite a bit, but yeah, I think it's cool.
Okay. I just wanted to, before we jump ahead back to whatever Ginny talking about Jason. I just want to mention that I've got the Laserdisc. Before the DVDs ever came out for these films, I got them all on Laserdisc in the '90s, and one of the worst side changes that I've ever seen is on Friday the 13th Part 2, and it's basically because in the movie it cuts from Terry screaming to the band, so the side change is right between that cut, and I think you can like hear a little bit of the band starting at the very end, right before side one ends. It's just so sloppy.
Geez, that kind of reminds me of like layer changes that we used to have to endure with DVD back in the day. There were some bad ones. like
Yeah.
right in the middle of dialogue, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, really? Like, did you not like, pay attention to where you were putting this thing? Like, terrible.
Isn't that funny? Oh my God.
But yeah, I haven't thought about that in quite a while. Like layer changes on DVDs and things like that. I mean, Blu-rays don't have that problem anymore, but yeah, Blu-ray format doesn't suffer from that. But yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Let me
But
just
yeah, I never had like I've mentioned before, I never had Laserdisc, and Laserdisc really wasn't a big thing here, man. Like I never really remember seeing them much in the video stores ever. You know what I mean? It wasn't until like they were really on the downslide that a friend of mine had one. But yeah, that was really the only time I've ever seen a laser disc player and a laser disc in person.
Oh wow, yeah. Honestly, count yourself lucky that you never had to deal with the format because it was kind of a wasn't that great. So you didn't miss out on anything. The thing that was kind of cool about them was just just the the sleeve being so big like a record where you had a lot of space for artwork and still photos and stuff.
Yeah, I mean nowadays, like a lot of collectors and that have given Laserdisc like this kind of mystique kind of about it. You know what I mean? And there is that one blanking on his name right now because I'm terrible with names. But is it Wingcut? Whatever his name is, the one of the listeners. He's a big Laserdisc collector, and
Oh,
yeah,
that's gonna be Wilson. His last name's Wilson.
okay, yeah, Wilson, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of a lot of guys I watch on YouTube and out there big laser disc collectors, and yeah, I know you have your share of them yourself. The box art looks cool, man. Like the sleeves and stuff look cool.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, did you want to head back to the bar and Jenny talking about Jason? I don't want to be the dictator. Feel free to talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, no, I kind of, yeah, I kind of touched upon it before. I think I said pretty much the gist of what she's talking about. I just find that just another really interesting scene. Yeah, just like how she's really curious about it and stuff, and the way, like the way Paul kind of shoots her down. He's like, Jason's a legend, Jenny, a legend. Like the way he's just kind of very dismissive of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's an interesting scene, and it's one of the few scenes in the entire franchise where some time is taken to talk about Jason and his a bit of the psychology behind like why he is what he does, and you know what I mean, why he's like that, and how she mentions how the only person he really knew was his mother, like he never had any friends and things like that, and how she died because all just because she loved him, kind of thing. And like how she even sets up like the eventual plot of the movie where like how Jason must feel rage and want revenge and stuff for what happened to her and stuff, what happened to his mum.
Yeah, and it's actually when you were talking, I was just thinking how cool it is, kind of like how her little speech, or not a speech, well, kind of a speech about her thoughts about the situation kind of are a part two to what Paul had a little spiel, although he was saying it more in the context of just being a something to to fuel a spooky story. But he had his spiel earlier on in the movie, and then Ginny kind of gets her a little bit of a spiel. Only hers isn't so much just it's not it's thinking about the possibilities of real implications of what can be going on versus just a story for a scary story, you know?
Yeah, that's very well put. Um, I don't know. Do you think that that's some of the reasons why Jason does have the altar of his mum? Like, as Jenny says, like, yeah, he must be out there crying for resurrection. Like, do you think that, like, that's like Jason's like simple way of like hoping his mum somehow does come back, and maybe that's why he does kind of buy into that. Like, Jenny's like the reincarnation or whatever of his mum for a second there, or
Well, that's a really good way to look at it. Not too sure I ever thought about that, but yeah, maybe he put that altar there in hopes that, if he puts that up and maybe kneels down and says a grumble or two or whatever he's capable of doing, that maybe one day she'll resurrect. And I never thought about that. Like, oh God, at the end of the movie when there's a female standing there wearing her sweater, like, holy shit, and uttering kind, maternal words. That's a good
yeah.
point.
Here's something I don't think I've ever um, thought about too much, but how did Jason obtain Pamela's head? Like,
Yeah, well, that's a good point, and maybe a movie screw up, but oh well.
I mean, realistically, there's really only two ways it could have went down. Either one, he somehow broke into the morgue or wherever they shipped their body off to, and took their head from there, or he would have had to have shown up to take the head before the cops showed up. You know what I mean? But I mean that in saying that, you could say, well, if that's the case, if he come across it then how come he didn't swim out to the canoe that Alice was in and just bump her off right then and there?
Yeah, well, this is probably where the creators behind this particular movie maybe didn't think everything through and hoped that a person going to see a sequel to a slasher film, hopefully they wouldn't question it either. Honestly, I never necessarily gave it much thought. It kind of goes back to the thing of just going with the movie and what it has to present. Like, yeah, sounds like
Yeah, I mean,
something a parent would say, like, reluctantly taking their kid to this movie, like, oh, how the hell did he even get the head in the first place?
yeah, pretty much. But that's a small little thing. It's something that, I haven't, really thought too much about before. But I think it's quite acceptable to think that, hey, who knows? The guy gets around. He went to where Alice was hanging out at that house, so maybe he did go to the morgue. Maybe he did take her head.
Yeah, well, however he got it, he's got it. Yeah.
That's it. Um, I don't know about you, but I've always thought the guy that plays Jeff like has a bit of a resemblance of Kevin Bacon. He's kind of like the Wish version of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, I guess I never saw that resemblance, but that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I wouldn't say like a strong resemblance, but just kind of, I don't know, that the kind of look about him, same sort of, I guess, kind of look. Man, I've heard other fans comment on that, but
Maybe
yeah, I've
the
thought that
hair
for a
more
long
than
time.
anything else. Maybe it was the early '80s hair or something.
Yeah, I think that's got a big part to do with it. Yeah, definitely. Now, something that I hear a lot of fans comment on various podcasts and stuff, which I've always thought was kind of funny, is where Vicky goes to change for her big date with Mark, and it's like, why does she change like her underwear like from those much nicer black friggin' panties to those horrible friggin' brown ones? And she was like, yeah, puts a bit of that perfume, yeah, down in the downstairs area.
Yeah. I always thought, I wonder if pretty much everyone thinks that. Like she trades out the better looking ones for ones that look worse. Did they say that anything about that in the commentary? I'd only heard it once.
I've actually never heard the commentary, the Screen Factory one. I really do need to get onto that.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people showed up for that. I think it was like a kind of like, yeah, like a Google Hangout or a Skype kind of situation, but still cool to have. It was the one movie that didn't have a commentary in there for the longest time, you know.
Yeah, that was the damn shame. Yeah.
That's something that I was just reminded of. Another thing that used to like really bug me is like for the longest time, man, like Steve Miner really wouldn't talk about his involvement with these movies, and I was always there, just always kind of like really curious on like why has he got such a big stick up his ass about making these films? You know what I mean? And it's weird because like he went on to do, H2O. He directed that, and I'm pretty sure like he's done interviews for that movie. So like I always found it weird, and I've heard, before he did the Screen Factory interview that he finally ended up doing. I've often heard him, say things like the fans and stuff when he would show up at the odd con here or there that like he just didn't have much to say, which I find kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it might be one of them circumstances of like kind of Kevin Bacon, like wanting to, thinking that those were lesser movies and wanting to distance himself kind of BS.
Yeah, could be. Or like I have heard this, man. Like I mean, this is just rumors, So I mean, allegedly, I've heard this. Okay, allegedly, I have heard that there was something going on between him and Martakoba. I have heard that.
Oh,
So, yeah, I think that could have something to do with it, man. Because, like I said, she was underage and stuff when she was making this movie. So, and I'll even add another little detail. I only ever heard this one place, like on a YouTube video. So, like, take that with a huge grain of salt. I don't know where this person got this information, but they were saying in that video pretty much that going back to the first movie for just a second, that Sean S. Cunningham and Adrian King had a thing going when they were making the movie, and Sean was married at the time.
holy Hannah.
Yeah, I mean, take that one with a huge grain of salt because I've only heard that once, like on some random YouTube video. But the thing with Marta Cobra and Steve Miner, I've heard that a few times, and I think that might have something to do with it. But I remember for years like thinking like, God damn it, like he directed, wasn't just one that he directed, he directed 2 and 3. So it's like, dude, come on, like do some commentaries.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer that he stayed shied away from it from so long.
Yeah. And this is the movie too, like where you get that great shot of like where Vicky's outside, going through the car looking for things and stuff, and it starts to rain, and you get that great shot of just that outside lamp, like the water dripping off that outside lamp, and you just don't see things like that in movies much anymore,
I know, and then that great sound effect of the water hitting the metal as well, and then it seems like
Yeah,
they
exactly.
landing on leaves. Then it seems like it cuts to. It seems like that lightning shot is almost like a library lightning shot from the 50s or something, 60s.
It really does. But I would say Mark's kill. It's got to be somewhere in the top 10, probably, of like best kills in the franchise for me. It's pretty well done. It's pretty effective.
Yeah, like, yeah, there's a couple of brutal ones in this, or well, more than a couple, but some of them that come to mind, like I was saying earlier, are both dispatched with that same machete. What's his name? I can't remember his name. That creeper on Terry, Scott. Scott gets dispatched with it, and then Mark with that. It's so funny because they must have had two cameras when I don't know if it would have been like a dummy or a stuntman in the wheelchair going down the stairs, but you can tell that they probably, they kind of use one shot and then they cut to a different angle and they use the same thing over. And you can tell that the thing must, I would imagine right before they do the freeze frame, I would imagine the thing tips over and, stops rolling down the stairs. I would imagine it went wrong or something, you know.
Yeah, and then it like cuts like straight to Sandra and Jeff like mid quarters.
Yeah, they both orgasm at the same time.
Yeah, because I mean, that happens every time you have sex, doesn't it?
Well,
I don't know about you, but that's how great my sex life is.
I remember being a kid watching these movies wondering how the hell does that happen? I mean, it's just like it seems to happen every time, and it's like, wow, it's like I'm watching a movie going, well, that must be how it happens because they're showing me that in the movie.
Yeah, I remember like being a kid, hey, and like anytime like there'd be some real life event, I'd be like, well, this is how it happened in this movie, you know what I mean? And people would look at me like, kid, movies are bullshit, right? And I'm like, God damn it, that happened in the movie. Why is it not like that in real life? But yeah, I would say you're right about that. Yeah, I reckon they cut that shot where they did with the wheelchair kill because it probably tipped over right just before then. So yeah, but I think we can't discuss this movie without mentioning Mario Bava's Bay of Blood. Have
Uh-oh.
you ever seen that film?
No, I haven't, but I know what happens.
Yeah, same for me. I've actually never seen it either, except for like a few scenes, like in particular scenes that I want to talk about. I mean, yeah, you really can't argue that you know they did rip off some of the kills from that movie in this movie. You know what I mean? I think actually they improved on the kills in this movie. I think they're um, yeah, from what you do kind of see of them, I guess they kind of executed a little bit better in some ways. But yeah, like I think I mentioned in the first episode, man, I think his name was Phil Scuderi, who was like one of the big money men that Sean got involved with the first movie, and I think he was close to at least the first two or three films, at least the first two. And yeah, I believe he was the one that told Ron Kurtz to put those kills in the film because he was a big Italian horror fan at the time, and I think he's even got mob ties. That guy, like I've heard that before. That he was a pretty shady character. I've heard.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Usually they can be found in the movie business.
Yeah, but that's where that whole thing comes from. Yeah, like that's why. Like I mean, I don't think he is lying. Like Sean Cunningham and Steve Miner have said, like we had no idea what Bay of Blood was at the time. I think it all stems from uh, Phil Scuderi's conversations with Ron Kurtz, and I think it was even like a time where Ron Kurtz mentions this in the Crystal Lake Memories documentary, where they'd be like in a busy restaurant and like friggin' Phil Scuderi would like get up like in the middle of like a busy restaurant and be like, "Here's what I want you to put in the film, like do the kill this way, like And he's like, "Jesus, man, like calm down. We're in a busy place here. This is a fancy restaurant."
Like
Yeah,
he'd
but
he'd get all excited about it, where he'd just jump up and yell about it in public.
yeah, pretty much is what. Yeah, that's the impression I get from what Ron Kurtz says, man. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, that's certainly interesting, and I really do mean to get around to watching that movie one of these days. I mean, I'm not the biggest Italian film fan, like just real foreign films in general, but that is definitely one I need to see at some point.
Yeah, I had my bout with like Italian horror kind of in the '90s. I mean, I still like the like Suspiria and Deep Red and a lot of the Argento stuff, but I'm not crazy into the Italian horror these days.
Yeah, I've seen Suspiria. Deep Red, I've never seen. There's very few of them I have seen. So there's a few of them I check, and I've heard good things about Deep Red and things like that. But yeah, I do know like getting to the Sandra and Jeff killing stuff. I do know that whole love scene, if you will, that they have. He did mention on the Screen Factory interviews, the guy who plays Jeff, that I think her mom or something at least had to sign waivers because she was underage to even do that scene. And I think he was in his 20s too at the time. So.
Yeah, he was like 24 or 5 or 6 and she was 17 or
And I hear something else. I just remembered that's pretty funny that you may not know, because I know because you haven't seen the Crystal Lake Memories documentary right the way through, have you?
I think I watched it recently up until, I don't know, I stopped when it got to somewhere because I realized that I had seen it probably years ago on YouTube. So
Okay.
I watched it up to a certain point.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I'll retell this for you and for whoever else may not know or remember or whatever. But yeah, when they were doing that kill, the Sandra Jeff kill, yeah, the guy who plays Jeff had to be in a certain position and stuff, and he was stuck there for hours, while they were making the prosthetic up and that. And one of the crew members came up to him. He's like, "Hey, man, how you doing?" And he's like, "Well, I'm all right. I'm a little bit uncomfortable, but getting through it." And he's like, "Yeah, open your mouth." And he's like, "Okay." And so he opens his mouth, and he blew something in his mouth, man, some sort. I mean, that sounds really bad, but the way that sounds. But he blew some sort of substance in his mouth, and yeah, he reckons after that he was having a great time. He goes, they could have shot the scene 20, 30 times. Yeah, obviously he gave him some sort of substance that made it a lot more bearable, I guess.
Wow, what a guy.
Yeah, but I love that kill. Yeah, it's one of my favorite. Another one of my very favorites in the franchise. Yeah, not only is this my favorite film in the franchise, but contains some of my favorite kills as well. And getting to finally see that kill, yeah, with the added gore and the added moment, and that was really something special. I've heard recently on a Friday podcast I was listening to, one of the guys on there brought up the added gore for this, and he was saying how he was really underwhelmed by it. And I just didn't get that, dude. I'm like, how can you be a huge fan of Friday and this movie in general, and not get a kick out of that, man? For me, it was a dream come true. For years, man, I'd always hoped that someday, somehow, we would get to see that extra gore. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a shot from that the deleted gore scene, the still from it's on the back of the laserdisc sleeve, the whole shot of the mannequin dummy back with the pole in it. I think that's actually on the back of the laserdisc sleeve. So I've always known that more existed to that scene. So like you say, it was great to finally to see it. Maybe that was even on the back of the VHS, come to think of it. But I remember, you know, since the VHS and late.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that. Yeah,
But it was really cool to
like back in the day.
it's really cool to finally see it.
Yeah, there's Do you know the story of how they came upon the footage and things like that?
Yes, I do.
Do you want me to tell it for the cast?
Yeah, because maybe not everyone listening knows the story.
Okay. Well, yeah, basically, well, the first time I ever heard anything about that was on, yeah, the Crystal Lake Memories documentary. They actually were interviewing, what's his name? Are you familiar with the K&B guys, the effects
Oh
company?
yeah, well yeah, Greg Nicotero
Not
and
Greg Nicotero. That's it. I knew it wasn't Howard Berger. Yeah, the other one. Greg Nicotero. Yeah, they're interviewing him because I believe he worked on like Jason Goes to Hell, I think, as well. So I think that's why they had him like around to interview. But yeah, he was commenting on this film, and apparently he was friends with Carl Fullerton. And Carl, yeah, showed him like a print of the film that had the gore in it and stuff. And this was like, I want to say like, I, I think it was like before the film came out, probably. And I remember like, yeah, like watching, yeah, the documentary and hearing him say that and thinking to myself, wait a minute. Has anyone ever approached Cal Fulton to see if he still has that print, or still, or, yeah, or like however he showed Greg Nicotero this version of the film that has the kills in it? Like, has anyone ever asked him, hey, dude, do you still have that? You know what I mean? So, yeah, basically, I think blanking on his name, but the guy that wrote the book Crystal Lake Memories, I think he was the one that actually went and picked up the tape that yeah, Carl Fullerton had the kills on, and yeah, I think it just sat in his garage for like the better part of 40 years, which is amazing that the tape survived all that time because yeah, from what I've heard, like the glue stuff, whatever it is they use to hold tapes together, like wears off after a number of years, and so it's kind of amazing that yeah, the tape was in still pretty good condition, and they like Screen Factory, yeah, they even like they like baked the tape to yeah, ensure like the best quality and that it would actually transfer properly and stuff, which I'm told is a pretty delicate process, but yeah, it's kind of also amazing that he kind of gave that up for pretty much free, as far as I know. Like if he really wanted to, he could have asked for a good chunk of change for that, and I don't know if Screen Factory would have paid it, but pretty interesting. And I do know that yeah, like it was like when he gave him that tape, it was around the time that Carl Fullerton was actually retiring from the film Viz. So yeah, it's kind of amazing that we ended up getting that.
yeah, I'd say so. Finally, after decades of wondering what the hell that stuff would look like, what would you say is the single best? Was that is it for you out of that gore footage from that tape? Was that the single greatest thing to be able to see?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I would say probably the Sandra and Jeff extended kill. I'd probably say is the best part of it. I'd probably say.
Yeah, I'd probably agree. It was cool to see, the blood just run out of Scott's neck, though, because that was just cut down so, short in the final version. That was cool as well. And I guess even the extra bit of footage of Mark wheeling away with the machete on his face. But
Yeah, it doesn't when Mark get the like yeah the extra like trickle and that isn't he like kind of convulsing at the same time? It's kind of disturbing at the same time. I believe. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen the footage, but I
uh,
believe yeah, it's kind of almost disturbing, like the way you see him kind of like take his last gasp of breath.
yeah, it definitely is. more graphic than it is in the final film. That's for sure. They, as you know, they pretty much just kind of cut to the shot of the wheelchair going down the stairs. It's funny how his wheelchair has to roll off the dock of the Packanack Lodge, and then it wheels down the or not the dock, the deck of the Packanack Lodge, and somehow it finds its way over to the staircase down to the lake, which is funny.
I've often thought about that. Yeah, it's like 1 in a million kind of like chance that would happen, eh?
Yep. And how do they even get?
It's a movie.
How do they even?
Anything can happen.
How do they even get Mark onto the deck up those stairs anyway? They don't even explain it.
Yeah, that lodge is definitely not wheelchair accessible, is it? I've often thought that. Yeah, like how's he? Like, are they lifting him up and down those stairs? Like they have to be.
Oh well, we're not supposed to be thinking of that. We're supposed to be looking at Sandra's tatas.
But true that. But I guess though, like, when you think about it, I guess back in the day, that's how they probably would have had to have done certain things like that. Because back then everything wasn't wheelchair accessible. So I guess that's probably how they did handle situations like that half the time. If there happened to be someone around in a wheelchair, they would people would have to lift them up the staircases, I guess.
I suppose maybe he could have put the wheelchair next to the stairs, and he could have with his arms got out of it and sat on the step, and maybe walked himself up with his arms, and someone just puts the wheelchair up there, and then he gets back in it. Who the hell knows?
Quite possible. I did mention this, I think, in the first episode we did, but this is mentioned in the Crystal Lake Memories doco, but just as Jenny and Paul are leaving the bar, you can see someone running like up through the car park and like darts past them and like runs into the bar. Like, have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, right. We recently found out who it is. You can spill the beans if you'd like.
Yeah. The guy that plays Jeff, yeah. He convinced Steve Miner that he could do that, and Steve was like, "Okay then." So technically he come back from the dead.
Yeah, it's funny how when he told that story, he seemed to kind of hint that Steve Miner was apprehensive to let him do it, which is kind of funny because I mean you can't. There's no way to be able to tell that it's him, so that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's just like a black blur, pretty much, like a figure. But I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I think he had something to do with getting the gore footage too, man. I remember saying, I'm not sure if it was on the Screen Factory interview that he talked about it, or it might have been somewhere else, where I think he knew Carl Fullerton as well. I think he had something to do with how they got in contact with him to get that footage as well, which is interesting. I like that little moment with Teddy where he's like, obviously how he stays at the bar, and he goes up to that old timer, that old dude, and he's like, "Hey, is there any after hours places around here?" The guy like answers him in that really gravelly voice, and he's like, "Sure are." He like takes him up. He's like, "Sure are, sure are." I always thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that guy was probably some extra who actually got a little bit of dialogue in the movie.
Yeah, I can't remember where I've heard this. I don't know if it was like a podcast with like one of the people who are involved with the production, or might have even been like Chris Lake Memories or somewhere I saw it. But they were kind of taking the piss out of like the extras that were in the bar scene, like, they were like, I don't think half of them had ever seen a movie before. So, um, I always thought that was pretty funny.
What do you mean? They said that based on how they were being in the scene, or what?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, how they were like, reacting in the scene and how the whole, being in the scene, like, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Here's something that's sort of interesting. I remember, like in the early 2000s, I knew this girl who was like a really big horror fan too, and she loved like the Friday franchise and things like that. And she had this heavy metal song, and it had like near the end of the track, it had Vicky saying the Sandra, Jeff, are you in here? Lines like I've never been able to track that song down again.
Wow.
That I've asked certain people about it. Not sure if I've ever mentioned it on the show. I think maybe I did, like way back, like when I first started doing the show. Yeah, it's possible, but because I don't know, I did talk about it with somebody a long while ago. But yeah, I've never been able to find that friggin' song again. But I always thought that was really cool. Just you just get her reciting those lines at the end of this heavy metal track.
Wow, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, then you one of those things you don't know if you're ever gonna track down again. Oh no.
Yeah, it's sort of like that. Gee, I tell you, that's been teasing the heck out of me. That friggin' video that you told me, that like unsolved mystery style thing. That's like, got
Yeah, I'm
like the Friday footage and stuff in it.
I'm pretty sure I told you on Skype chat that it's probably a current affair. The show it was.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did mention that. Yeah, I think I did do a search actually.
Well,
I couldn't find anything.
I was able to find a bunch of current affairs on YouTube, but I don't think any of them that featured that thing. Unfortunately, I want to say, like I say, it was 19. It was either 1990 or 91. It had to have been one of those 2 years.
When you got like, a free weekend one of these days or something, you need to go through your tape collection, man.
Yeah, good luck with that. Oh my God.
Just let me look through these 2000 tapes that have no markings on them at all.
Yeah, yeah,
Hours and hours of footage.
yeah. I don't know if I'll be doing that anytime soon. Whoops.
I think I don't know about you, but Vicky, the way she dies, like Laura Marie Taylor, she really knows how to die. Like the way she reacts to get stabbed, like it really seems really convincing. I would say it's probably the most convincing reaction. I'd probably say from anyone that gets killed in the franchise, or maybe in, as far as I can think, maybe in slasher history almost. I'd even go as far as to say, like, it's really convincing, just the expression she pulls as she dies. Just seems really, really convincing and real to me. You ever thought about that?
Yeah, and another thing I've thought about in regards to her death is the way, like, you don't see, like a lot of times if an actor has blood in their mouth, you can it's obvious, but it's like she doesn't look like she's got blood in her mouth, but then all of a sudden it's like some stuff is coming out onto her lip there, and it's like it just I don't know, it just seems kind of real in that way, and it's just like yeah, I don't know how she managed to pull that off, but that it's just not the cliched traditional just spit out the blood thing. It was really kind of cool how it was just subtly appeared. You'd almost have to be looking to see it. I'm sure you were looking too at her face. So
Oh yeah, oh yeah. She does have a cute little noggin on her. That's for sure. But Yeah, you're totally right. It doesn't look like she's like holding that blood back somewhere in her mouth before for a lack of a cleaner term, she gets penetrated by that knife. But Jason kind of goes a bit Michael Myers in that part. He uses a knife, which is kind of a rarity for him. He doesn't usually kill people with just like a standard knife half the time.
Yeah, that's true. Probably got it from the downstairs kitchen or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only other kill I can think of off the top of my head where he just kills someone with like a standard knife is like where he gets the pregnant chick in part three. Like he stabs her through the what do you call those things? Hammocks. Yeah, stabs her
Hammock.
through the hammock.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a knife kill.
That's
But
true.
I always love that shot though. Like we mentioned it before, but yeah, the close up shot of him holding the knife and stuff, and how like she's blurred out. Like the image of her is like blurred out at first, and then it focuses in on her, and yeah, the hand goes blurry. I always thought that was a really cool shot. You don't see that sort of photography in films very much anymore, like the half blurred image and stuff.
Yeah, I dare say that was a pretty almost creative kind of a artsy shot for a slasher film.
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree with that. But yet again, yeah, you get the storm at the end of in the third act of the Friday film. Yeah, like I said previously, that Jason's kind of like a storm. He's coming.
Gosh darn, got that right. Frickin' Cloudy with the Chance of Jason.
Very nice, very well put.
Oh, here, let me, before we move on, let me think of, or let me tell you something I just thought of while you're talking about Vicky's death and stuff. Remember, or I mean, not remember, imagine being the coroner and, snipping off her clothes for the autopsy or whatever the hell they're going to do to her. And, he snips off the bottoms there and gets a little, oh, wow, that smells like perfume.
Jeez. No, I never thought about that.
Well, I never did
But
either.
is it wrong? Is it wrong in saying that I wouldn't mind being the coroner and in that situation with Vicky being on the slab there? Is that wrong to say?
Well, no, all you got to do is go over there and take off your pants.
Real nice talk. Real nice talk. I get to talk coffee here. Right? Nice, very nice segue there.
Yeah.
Here's a little tidbit that I also learnt off the documentary is that was actually Laura Marie Taylor's body that was getting dragged down the steps when Jason's dragging her down that staircase. And she reckons, she injured her foot quite a bit when they were pulling her down those steps.
God, that looks so uncomfortable. I hope someone gave her something in her mouth before she did that.
That sounds so wrong.
Oh, yeah, shit.
Also right, maybe depending on how you look at it. But that's dedication from an actor. Not usually actors don't usually do that. Like when you see like shots of hands and feet, it's usually like like a stand-in or something like that.
Yeah, well, hell, I mean, I can imagine being a young actor and being in a movie. I mean, shit, I'd be really excited and appreciative and probably gung ho to do that kind of stuff because you're just like, wow, I'm in this freaking movie, a sequel to the really successful freaking movie.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I do know though, in some cases, like I've heard from interviews, some of the actors, like when they did do these films, like some of them hadn't even seen the previous one.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
that's
Like,
that's true.
yeah, people like who in like even like part. I know Paul Cracker who's plays Rick in the third one. I know he's never seen any of the movies. What's so funny?
Well, no, I don't imagine they played him at his church.
Oh, you think he's a churchgoer, do you?
Yeah, in the commentary to part three, he mentioned something about someone being some family or a group of people or someone being Christian, and yeah, I think he's a churchgoer.
Oh, okay. I don't recall that. I mean, it's been a while since I've heard the commentary. I've listened to it a few times, but it's been quite a while. It's I think pretty sure I've discussed how Dana Kimmel's more all that sort of stuff. Freaking
You cut out.
vetoing bitch.
Dana Kimmel's what?
I think I've mentioned the show before that. Also that Dana Kimmel's like all Mormon and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, she's Mormon?
Yeah, she's Mormon. Yeah, that's why she like vetoed stuff in the movie, man. I mean, I'll talk more about it when we do part three. I said part
Yeah.
three, but yeah.
Well, that's too bad.
I mean, this is something that I've never really, I guess, consciously thought about too much. But like, we kind of get a rehash, like in this with of like in the first movie where Alice and gosh, what's his name? Bill. Yeah, Alice and Bill. Where they find like the axe and the blood and all that on the axe and the bed and that. Like we kind of get like a rehash of that here, like where Ginny and Paul find Sandra and Jeff's bed like with all the blood on it and stuff, and I think that's kind of cool. And but honestly, like if you saw that, like come on, man, like would you be as casual about that like as Paul is? Like all right, it could be a prank, but I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd be as cavalier and casual if I saw that like as he is,
Yeah, but another argument could be made is maybe, he's more worried than he leads on, but he doesn't want to excite Ginny. There's a thought too.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never thought of it that way. I mean, she's definitely taking it seriously. I think even at this point, she's like, could this be Jason? Like, something could be going on here, And then you get the iconic line, oh, I think there's someone in this room. There's someone in this fucking room.
You got that right. And I do kind of want to mention very briefly that this movie starts the trend that will continue to, I don't know, pretty much at least like six, where you've got like the two two main characters, kind of male and female characters that are away while all the mayhem is happening at the location, only to come back and discover it after it's all happened, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Did you mention that also happens in the third film as well?
What do you mean? Did I mention it when?
Oh, just now. I think I sort of zoned out just for a second there.
Oh, yeah. I said it pretty much happens from part two all the way through six. Like so it's kind of part two kind of starts this trend where the main characters, female and male, are gone while all the mayhem's happening, and then towards the end of the movie they come back to discover it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, you're very correct on that. Yeah, it does happen quite frequently in the franchise. Yeah, for sure. Is something else to ponder about. Have you ever noticed that like Steve Dash he's not a really big guy. Like he's about the same height, if not like a bit shorter than like Paul, man. Like he's not a really big imposing guy, Steve Dash.
Yeah, but this is, freaking 81. I mean, this is before they, for these kind of roles, they hired all these huge freaking muscle bound guys, which I actually like that about this movie because, I mean, about this movie in that era is that it's not really, in my opinion, realistic. Like, for example, Jason from the '09 film where he's all just huge and muscle bound and stuff. Like, that's kind of movie magic BS. Whereas if back in these days they just hire just some kind of normal guy, I mean, that's one of the things about this era that I one of the many things that I love is just like more realistic, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I actually totally agree. I just wanted to point out, man, that, yeah, he's in this movie he's kind of just like a normal statured kind of dude, I mean, I guess kind of sort of akin to Nick Castle, I mean, he wasn't a big guy when he played Michael, just an average build and average kind of height guy. Which it's almost it's like like you said, it's almost more realistic, isn't it?
Right. I mean, then if you get into the Rob Zombie Halloweens, I mean, it's this guy who's like six. I don't know how the
He's
hell.
like a wrestler or something.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell tall that guy was, 6'5" or whatever. But I mean, it's just
I
like,
think
yeah,
taller. I think maybe like 6'8" or something. I think he's a big dude.
yeah. So I like the good old days when the killer was just, not some kind of a huge physical hulking thing, because it was just, to me, it was more realistic.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree on that front, but I mean, at the same time, though, like I do really love what other actors did with the role, like Brooker. I love what Brooker did with the role, and I don't think like, I mean, he's a bit more lanky, I mean, he's not like huge, I mean, he's a bit of a bigger guy than Steve Dash, I guess, but I still think within the realms of sort of normalcy, for lack of a better term.
No, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Um, yeah, I love that moment where like Jason pops up and Jenny takes off and locks herself in the bathroom and stuff, and I think it's that moment where she's like, "Oh my god, it's him!" Like she realizes it's Jason. Like she catches on pretty quick.
Yeah, one can only assume that's what she realizes in that moment. Like, oh my God, maybe.
Like I can't remember. It's either where she's in that bathroom or just a moment or two later where she's in the like the kitchen area where she actually actually it's where she's in the kitchen area. It is. Yeah, she actually, you can see her mouth the words like, "Oh my god, it's him." Like she knows it's Jason.
Oh, when she's like trying to hold the door shut there.
Yeah. You've never noticed that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. It's there. I've noticed that. Yeah, I've noticed that long time ago. Always thought it was cool.
Well, what's interesting about that is we will never know, but it's quite possible that she said the line, and maybe in post production they decided to take it out and just have her be kind of mouth it. But well, it doesn't mean it's true, but that's something that's possible as well.
Yeah, that's true. Um, I just thought of something. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but that's when she discovers Crazy Ralph's body, and he's kind of like in the pantry area.
Oh my God.
Like, is that a part one callback? You reckon? Kind of has to be, I think.
Did you just realize that now? I never thought of
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I just like literally just now, dude. Just realized that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Here's something I wanted to just mention about like this. I don't know if you've ever thought this, Nate, but you mentioned Scream earlier, so I'll mention this where Jason is attacking Ginny in the car. That kind of reminds me of the scene in Scream where Sydney's in the car and Ghostface is lifting the well, he's like unlocking the doors and stuff. I don't know, like it kind of reminds me a bit of that scene a little bit in Scream. I mean, obviously, yeah, this did it first, but yeah, I often always thought that.
Yeah, very possible that that was inspired by that Ginny scene and the VW bug.
Yeah, I just love how scared she is when he puts that pitchfork through the top of the car. She's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I
Yeah.
was let me quick do this. Let me quick tell you this little bit, which you'll have fun with. This was back when in the theater, maybe the first decade of the 21st century. I want to say, still when they were still projecting film, and there was you know how they play ads before the movie when they got into the 21st century bullshit and stuff. But there was this ad. I can't even. This is a testament to the you know the ad. Most ads I don't even know what the hell they were ads for these days or even back then. But I have no idea what the ad was for. But they must have shown a couple different clips of people not being able to start their car, and there was a brief clip of Ginny trying to start her car from Friday the 13th Part 2. I couldn't believe it.
Wow,
I
that's
know.
interesting.
I know. Don't ask me what the hell ad it is because I have no idea, but I couldn't believe it. I was sitting there in a movie, probably 2004, 5, 6, something like that. Frickin', and there's a shot of Friday the 13th Part 2 and an ad for something. Come on, car, start
Well,
car.
that's pretty random, but at the same time, pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was probably like yeah, it was probably like someone who was like a huge Friday fan that was involved with the production of that ad, and they're like, "Hey, let me throw this in."
Yeah, probably.
Um, what about the way like friggin' Ginny like waits for Jason at that one moment where she's like hiding behind that bush and she just gives him a good old kick to the nuts.
Yep, that wouldn't have wanted been him right there. You can tell when she's reaching her or she's running for that spot. She runs past that bush and the bush is all wet from the you know the rain and they hosed it down before the shot and the leaves like you know brush against her face and you can tell she wipes the water off her face after that.
Yeah, yeah, I've always noticed that. Gee, you've got for not having the movie in front of you, man. You got a friggin' good memory on you there, man.
Yeah, I do, don't I? Well, you know, as you can attest to, well, I'm sure it's the same thing with you. I've seen the movie quite a few times.
Yeah, yeah, it's got to be reaching near that 100 mark, I guess, for me.
Yeah, I have no idea how many times I've seen these things.
I mean, yeah, you're a little bit older than me, so I don't know. Maybe you've seen them even more than I have. Maybe at this point, man. Who knows?
Yeah, it's really hard to say, but yeah,
I mean, on average, how many times do you reckon you watch it in a year?
yeah, uh, that's a good question. Maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's about like what I used to do. I'd usually what like probably about maybe a decade ago. I mean, lately I've seen them a lot lately because mainly just because other people have wanted me to watch them with them, but they're at least at bare minimum like an annual rewatch for me. But I don't know. I kind of try to save them a little bit more nowadays. Like kind of have
Yeah, you mentioned that.
stuff to look forward to. Yeah, but the second car she tries to get into, which is probably Vicky's car since Vicky was going through it earlier. That car's in the game.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's the two seater car that yeah you can only fit two people in to get out in that car, and then there's another four door car in the game as well. But yeah, it's yeah you can't just obviously walk up to the car and start it. And again, you got to find like the gas tank, you've got to find the battery, and you've got to find the keys. And yeah, you got to get all that into the car before you can start it up. But yeah, it's one of the elements. to the game. That I love this whole cat and mouse routine. Ginny and Jason, how she's like hiding, behind that car and stuff, like just praying that Jason doesn't spot her.
Yeah, a little bit of cat and mouse there, and obviously kind of a same situation as what happened at the end of the first film. The big difference, of course, is unlike Mrs. Voorhees, Jason doesn't have any big long speeches or anything, so a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to go back to Steve Dash for a minute. There's a cool little story that he told in the book. I mean, I haven't read the whole book, but I think I had it on a download file at one point, so I've gone through like a little bit of it. And there was one story he told where, when they were working on the film, they needed a fridge for the production. Like something happened to like maybe one of the fridges they had or something, so they had to buy another one. And so Steve Dash and Steve Miner went to a Kmart, and they didn't have enough money really to get the fridge they wanted. So Steve Dash decided to try to walk out of the store with it, and like I think it was like one of the managers or something, like this chick, like caught him like on his way out the door. She's like, where do you think you're going with that, mate? And he's like, oh, we need this for this movie I'm working on. And he's like, if you let me go, you can come visit the set. Like I'm kind of like, the star of the movie. You come visit the set, have a good time, and I promise you'll get laid. And that, and she kind of looked at him. She's like, okay then. And I think he kind of gave her the details of like where to find the set, sort of thing. And according to Steve Dash, lo and behold, she showed up, and apparently he banged her, and he got to keep the fridge.
Well, I guess that's a story that may or may not be true.
Yeah, may or may not be true. I mean, you got to take these things with a grain of salt at times, I guess. But
Or
I don't know,
boulders.
man. I mean, in a way, I guess it sounds a little bit like something someone might make up, but that sounds halfway believable.
Well, yeah, I don't want to ruin it for you if you think it's real.
And the other thing that I actually learnt the other day, are you familiar with the Friday the 13th fan film Vengeance?
No, I've pretty much only seen Never Hike Alone.
Yeah, well, they're making a sequel to Vengeance, and they've actually got Steve Dash's grandson to play the young Jason in the movie,
Oh my God.
which I think is really cool. I mean, it's just a fan film, but I think that's pretty cool, man. It reminds me of there's an interview with CJ Graham, who played Jason in F Part 6. He mentioned that in an interview that it would be really cool, like if one of the dudes is like who played Jason, like if one of the dudes' sons played Jason one day, and even he mentioned like, he's like, my son's becoming a big boy, he's almost as big as I am already, like he could play Jason one day. So that kind of reminded me of that, and I actually posted that comment on that video, and like a lot of the people that were involved with the production like gave it a like, and even I think Steve Dash's grandson like liked it, and I think his mum also did as well. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, damn.
But he was saying how it's an honor to get to play this part that his grandfather played so long ago, and that. And that's pretty cool, man. I mean, it's just a fan film, but that's pretty cool.
It makes you wonder if he's gonna have the potato sack or the hockey mask.
Well, they had some screenshots, and he's dressed like he is in this movie, so I'm guessing it's going to be the good old Teeter sack, you know.
Okay, yeah, well, that only makes sense. I mean, it seemed kind of wrong to put a hockey mask on the grandson of Steve Dashowitz.
Yeah, he even looks a little bit like his grandfather too, which is funny. But that brings me to Nate. Did Jenny pee or did the rat pee?
Yeah, I've had rats guinea peed.
Yeah, that's definitely like I can't even believe that's a debate. That's too much pee for a rat. A rat would not piss that much. But
Nope.
it's kind of like you'd think like that's a hell of a time to go. Like I mean, all right, I know she's scared and shit, but like I mean, if that was me, man, I'd be holding on to that.
Yeah, well, I guess she's supposed to have the piss scared out of her.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah, I've thought of that, but yeah, that's a pretty creepy moment. Hey, like how Jason makes out like he's left the cabin, and Jenny's like, "Well, yeah, is he gone?" She crawls out, and he's friggin' up on top of the friggin' chair, like ready to impale her.
Yeah, what did your when you watched this in the theater? What did your audiences think about his chair breaking and him kind of falling over like a clown at a birthday party? Did they laugh or not? They're just into the movie.
No, I think they were pretty much just into the movie at that moment, man. To be honest, but that's to be honest, man, that's kind of like what I like about Jason in this movie. Like he's not perfect, he does kind of fumble at times. You know what I mean? I mean, let's not forget, this is his first go at this. You know what I mean? This is his first go at um, being a slasher killer. Taking out a whole group of people. It's still new to him.
That's true. He's a child trapped inside a man's body, after all.
Oh, let me out, let me out. That's true. That's very true. Um, and yeah, also like how like when Jenny starts up the chainsaw, like he's actually he's actually scared. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, she could actually really fuck me up with this thing. But again, she makes the same mistake that Ellis makes. She gets the killer down, doesn't finish him off.
Yeah, that's true, and you bring up a good point. Yeah, that is kind of. I mean, that would never be like in the 2009 Friday the 13th, or gosh forbid they make another one. But Jason would never be afraid of someone wielding a chainsaw at him. That's another thing that's really kind of cool about movies back then and stuff, that they actually did have him be afraid. So that is a little more of the maybe child trapped in the man's body.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And, yeah, like I said earlier, they set that chainsaw up in the first act, so got to use it in the third.
Yeah, and maybe that's the first time he ever had something that loud around him. I mean, shit, like what the hell is this thing? Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah, that's another good point. He may not even friggin' know what a chainsaw is.
Yeah.
Here's something. This would be interesting to see if you've ever noticed this. Just after that scene where like Jenny's like running through the woods as she just before she discovers the shack, she stops at like that little embankment area, and there's that little puddle with like the big rock in the middle of it. I'm pretty sure that's the same puddle that cop runs through earlier when he's chasing Jason.
Oh, absolutely. That puddle with that rock is kind of a way to tell the viewer that they're that so they kind of set that up with the chase with the cops, so then hopefully they hope that the audience is smart enough to understand when Ginny gets to that puddle with the rock, they're like, uh-oh, she's headed for Jason's shack in the woods. So that was another cool kind of a setup.
Yeah, that's true. But to be honest with you, I did notice that for like a fair while that it was actually the same little area. I mean, on VHS it's a little bit harder to tell, and Yeah, I know it definitely wasn't until yeah, the advent of DVD until I really caught on to that. To be honest.
And plus, I guess one of the scenes is in the day and the other scene's at night, so maybe that doesn't help you connect the two or the one location as being the same.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Um, do you think though, like when she discovers the shack and like she goes in there expecting to find someone else, like who else would be living out there like that? In like this rundown shack. Like, I mean, she's a pretty smart girl. Like, she probably pretty much should. I don't know. I guess she's not in her right mind, getting chased by a killer and all. But shouldn't the thought occur to her like, oh, maybe this is actually Jason's shack?
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's kind of like the original Texas Chainsaw, going to ask the, looking for help in the killer's abode, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I just love how they came up with the whole shack scene. Was her yeah, imitating his mom, and how they briefly brought back Betsy Palmer, and I think I mentioned on a previous show, Betsy Palmer almost didn't, for the longest time, like remember that she was even in the second movie, that she shot some footage for the second film, and I believe Wes Craven shot that footage for her, I believe.
Yeah, you've said that. That's kind of interesting. That's who the hell would have ever figured that?
Yeah, true. That yeah, I love that whole sequence, just the way she sucks him out. Jason, mother is talking to you.
Oh yeah, on some of the special features from the Scream Factory release, it was brought to my attention that that sweater in part two is actually the sweater from the first film. Did you know that?
No, no, I don't think I don't remember them
Th-
saying that on the.
oh, that might
Or
have
did they
been
mention that on the Screen Factory set?
the Amy Steele commentary on part two,
Oh, okay, interesting.
and she was kind
Yeah,
of.
that's one of the few things I haven't heard. So yeah, that's why I didn't know that. That's interesting as hell, man.
It was all kind
Nice.
of. I think it was all kind of nasty, and I imagine that was like Caro syrup, red Caro syrup or something. She was like hesitant to even put it on because it'd been like in just frickin' storage for a year or whatever, just, being all nasty and ugh.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine that. That's some cool ass shit there.
Yeah, that was kind of
Um,
that was kind of the opposite of
well,
finding out that Jason's legs were played by a woman. That was cool to find out that that's the actual sweater from the first film.
yeah, I think I remember hearing you mention this on a video. I think it was the first time I heard about it. Didn't they? Isn't there some snafu with that scene on the Screen Factory disc? Like they muck up like the Betsy Palmer image or something like that.
Yeah, damn it. There's some damn shot that does this weird. It looks like some kind of a digital a little zoom out or something while Betsy's delivering some dialogue. It's something that never appeared in any home video version that I'd seen up until that point. And the weirdest thing in the world is that the same anomaly is in the beginning of part 3 when they show the end of part 2. It really boggles the mind. You'd think those would be two different sources.
Yeah, and how does that even happen? Like how do you make a snafu like that? That's pretty weird.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's the biggest mystery. Like I say, if it wasn't in part 3 as well at the same moment, it wouldn't be that big a deal. But that just really boggles my mind.
You know what, Nate? It's probably the guy that wears all black's fault.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Damn him.
I still I still get a kick out of that when you said that in that video for Sleepaway Camp. Yeah, would you trust this guy that wears all black?
Oh my God, black dyed hair. I don't know if we saw his. I don't know if they showed his fingernails in the his video clips, but you can bet they're black.
Oh, that's gold, man. It's
But yeah,
yeah, I just
you
there you go.
haven't noticed that snafu?
Um, I mean, I've only watched the Screen Factory disc. I think I've watched that once, and I think I like when I put it on. I think I remembered to look for it, but then I think I don't know. I must have zoned out or something. I didn't really notice it then, to be honest.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean it lasts for a whole whopping, three quarters of a second or half a second. I mean it's really not that big a deal. But when you've seen the movie as much as I have, and I imagine you have, I mean it stuck out like a sore thumb. But oh well, life goes on.
Yeah, true. It it's pretty ballsy of Jenny to even when Jason like raises the axe to her, like to try to keep the act going. You know what I mean? That she's actually his mum. You know, and I just love the way he's like tilting his head, kind of like almost like Malcolm Myers, you know, or a dog trying to figure out something. He's like, like is she really my mom? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I will say that I think cinematically the way they shot that one moment, that all important moment where she kind of accidentally leans out of the way as she's raising the machete and at the same time reveals the head on the altar. Like, just the way that moment is covered and edited is really great. And him realizing and her bringing the machete down, that just, and him blocking it with the pickaxe, that moment is really covered and edited well.
Yeah, it really is, and I remember like when I first saw that scene, I do remember I did feel the tension and stuff, and even now when I watch it, like it really has like that tension building thing about it, you know. I know I touched on this earlier, but yeah, this is the scene where Amy still actually accidentally came down on Steve Dash's finger and actually injured him and stuff. I'm pretty sure that was, I think maybe twice he actually got sent to the hospital, but it might have been this time, when he had to go to the hospital for that. And he went in with they'd already, I think, shot the part where he had the machete sticking out of his shoulder blade and stuff.
Yeah.
So he walked into the emergency room and like, they thought it was real. They're like, oh my God, like, how did this happen? And he walks up to him and he's like, I got a really bad headache. Do you have something for a bad headache?
Oh my God.
You ever heard that?
I haven't heard. I don't know if I heard the headache part, but I heard the other part of him going in for stitches for his finger and with the machete sticking out of him.
Yeah, yeah. Always he seemed like a pretty playful guy, Steve Dash. Like, had a sense of humor about him.
Yeah, that's always good to have. Can you remember as a kid, like when you first saw it, what you thought when we actually got a glimpse of the altar? Can you remember at all?
What do you mean? Like, did it scare me or whatever? Or
Well, we talked earlier about like not knowing. You want to know what's in that room, that we see.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah, I remember it being like pretty eerie. Like, oh shit, like freaking hell, he's created this altar with his mum's head on it. That's pretty bizarre. Pretty bizarre stuff.
Yeah, and the music, I forgot to mention when you were talking about that scene of her trying to convince him that she's his mom, like the music that's going on right there is really creepy.
Yeah, it's very, very atmospheric and eerie. Yeah, it's some of the best score in the film. I'd go as far as to say.
Yeah, I'd probably agree, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely well done. Yeah, yeah, I just wanted to say that yeah, I'm really happy with the way you get the scene at the end in the shack. It's like I've said, yeah, it's an effective scene, and it's just cool, that she psychs Jason out and she puts her child psychology skills to the test. You know what I mean? I mean, you can even take it a step further, and like we said, he's like a child trapped in a man's body.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine the maybe she can use that instance or that situation, on her put it on her resume. Like she talked a maniacal killer out of killing her long enough for her to try to get the better of him.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But I'm still geeking out, man. How you told me that's the same sweater that Mrs. Voorhees wore in the original film.
Oh,
That's pretty
maybe
cool.
maybe that's what zapped your brain.
But yeah, I think when you told me that, I kind of just everything else went out the window and just started thinking about that. Oh, that's something cool. The whole slow mo kill, they bring that back. You know what I mean? Like how Alice got Mrs. Voorhees with the slow mo kill, and Jenny repeats it in this movie. I'm guessing you've put those two together, that you've realised that before, that they repeated that.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yep, the old kind of paying homage to the kill in the first film. Hard to top the decapitation in the first film though.
Yeah, like a machete in the shoulder blade doesn't really have the same kind of impact, no pun intended. But yeah, I guess they kind of went with that because, like, yeah, we can't cut his head off because then we're back to square one again. We ain't got a killer for the next movie. So I guess that's why they kind of had to compromise a little bit with that. But yeah, the slow mo kill, like it. There's one more film in the franchise where they kind of, that I can think of at the top of my head, where they kind of try to emulate that one more time. Do you know what it is, Nate?
Oh, let me try to think. Is slow motion involved?
Yeah, slow motion. Yeah, that's like like it's very much like the moment in the first two films.
I guess demasking Jason in final chapter.
I thought you might go there, but that's not really. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes and no. Like that's not exactly the kill, but it is definitely it is definitely there. But the one that always comes to mind, even though it's a shitty movie, but Jason goes to hell,
Oh
where
well, shit. I don't know. I don't
the chick like
remember. I don't remember anything about that.
the chick like leaps on top of Jason and freaking impales him with that dagger.
Okay,
But
yeah.
yeah, I always thought it was cool. Yeah, how they repeated the same sort of thing in this movie that they did in the original with that. But so this is the one thing about the ending of this movie. There's a lot of different ways you can take it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that's where he gets left in the shack is pretty much where you're seeing Get Up in part three. Like, obviously, you've noticed that, haven't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, yeah, it's the whole. I guess we can talk about the whole. Oh well, maybe before we get to that, we can talk about. I guess the scene where, or even before that scene, actually. I like the look on Paul's face, like where Jenny removes the sack off his head, and like just Paul's reaction, like, oh, Jesus, like I used to imagine this is what this guy must look like,
Yeah, that's a little bit of the cop going into the room and seeing it, but we not seeing it tease. Like, we know we're going to see it eventually.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They made a big deal out of that, like right through the franchise. The whole unmasking of Jason, which was cool, and I remember that kind of a little bit as a kid. It bugging me a little bit that every time he would get unmasked, that he looked so different. I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what doesn't he have? Why doesn't he have a consistent look? You know what I mean? Like, what is he consistent? Sorry. Yeah. Why doesn't he always look the same?
Yeah, different makeup artists. Honestly, I kind of like that though. It's really kind of cool to me. Like if he looked the same every movie, it'd be kind. Then they couldn't sell different figures.
That's definitely true. I mean, that's the way I look more. Yeah, that's the way I look at it now more obviously. And I mean, yeah, I really dig the hell out of a lot of the different looks, and it does make it interesting for sure. Yeah, having him have a different look each time.
Yeah, like
I
if
mean, you can even go as far as to say though, like, maybe he looks different from movie to movie because of, like, some of the injuries he sustains, like changes his appearance a bit too, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. But yeah, that the next scene where they're in the little cabin and that, and like, Ginny's still obviously, and like, reasonably still freaked out. You know what I mean? I just love the way Paul's like trying to calm it down, like, you're okay, Jenny, it's all right. Like, you know, it's over. It isn't over. You know?
Yeah, the problem that they had with the sequel is trying to figure out a way to emulate the grand shock or surprise kind of ending with the first film. And you got to give them credit for doing a relatively good job, I guess. They set up the dog as being potentially dead, and once we see it's alive, it kind of makes us all happy, and I think it works pretty good. It kind of disarms us.
Yeah, you might. I don't know if you'll be surprised, but by me saying this, I mean, it is my favorite entry in the franchise and all. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the chair jumper ending of the first movie with Jason jumping out of the lake. But I actually have always thought this one was scarier.
Yeah, I mean that an argument could be made for that. Like, what do you think scarier? Like scarier in which way?
Just the way, like, the lethal force that Jason leaps through the window and grabs a hold of her, and just like the way, like, he's like, trying to drag her through the window, and just the way, we get that awesome shot of, like, his face, and we get to see what he looks like, and just that, like, that really eerie and weird kind of sound effect that, like, I'm guessing is a sound that Jason makes. Have you ever noticed that sound, that it sounds like it's coming from him?
Well, you're talking about just the vocal like. "Arrgh."
Yeah, 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 like that. That always kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, see that combined to be honest, that just fact that his mouth is kind of open in a rage, kind of like a roar, and he's got that coming out of it. Plus the music is so freaky right there. All those
Yeah, the
elements really,
music as well really to it.
all those elements combined right there. Really, I can understand why you regard it as more scary. Like the first one's more of a jump scare, and this is a jump scare as well. But this I think it sustains longer, like as during that slow motion part where it's slowly. We're kind of revealing him. It seems to me like it goes from one shot to another shot on the other side of his face, and that's the shot we stay on as he kind of pulls her out the window, all the while with this like and this scary ass music.
Yeah, exactly. It almost kind of has a similar effect to the ending of Sleepaway Camp. I think, like with the way Angela's like moaning and stuff, it's just kind of eerie and bizarre, and
Oh yeah.
like even the music in that scene as well, like really adds to that factor as well. And I think yeah, the ending, this scene, yeah, this shot, yeah, where Jason, yeah, he's jumping through the window, I think has like a very similar effect to the ending of Sleepaway Camp.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah, I think that's it's got to be at least a contender for the scariest look I think Jason has in the movie. Sorry, in the franchise. It's probably for me, it's a toss up of either yeah he's unmasking in this or in the final chapter, like that one shot you get in the final chapter after Trish knocks off the mask and she just looks at him and she's like holding her face and she's like, "Oh my god!" And you just see his face like that. That's a friggin' terrifying look as well. But I may just have to give the edge to yeah the way he looks at the end here. It's when you're a kid, that's pretty terrifying. And like I said, I saw this when I was in single digits, so it really was effective.
Yeah, I think maybe something about like the long strands of hair in this version kind of add to the look as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, it kind of gives him that more feral kind of look about him. You know what I mean? That mountain man feral look about him. And one thing I think is also cool too, like just before that happens, that one shot, you've got that iconic shot of Jenny holding the pitchfork implement there. That's I think that's like all over. Like I think it's like a French poster or something like that. You ever seen that, Nate?
Oh yeah, gosh, you're gonna be pissed off. I've actually got that on. I got it on eBay like 10 years ago. I can't remember the country. I don't think it's France, but yeah, it's some European country. It's like a drawing of that image of Ginny or a painting. Yeah.
Yeah, I've really got to get that sometime myself. I've actually seen them on eBay pretty recently, and you can it's still like a decent price for it. It's not that expensive. Like maybe like shipped, it's maybe like $50 or something, which is not bad for something like that nowadays.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
definitely got to get my hands on that at some point. And yeah, recently I saw someone had some of the lobby cards, and they had that shot as a lobby card, which I thought was really cool. That was on eBay as well.
Yeah, that shot's also a lobby card, yeah.
Do you have those lobby cards for part two? I know you said you have some of them.
Yeah, I show them on I got them. I made a video. If anyone types Friday the 13th Part 2 lobby cards, they'll come up. But yeah, I got those. I want to say that because they made back in the day they made two different sizes. I can't remember if I've got I think I've got both sizes, a set of each size, both yeah, a set of each size. And I think I'm missing one in the larger size, but it's like the large one was like 11. Oh, I don't know if you've got inches down there, but 11 inches by 14 or something.
Yeah. We use inches at times. Yeah, that's sort of like our older measurements. But yeah, I know what you mean. You're lucky son of a bitch. I bet you got like a really good deal on them too.
Yeah, they weren't very expensive like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, like I think yeah, that set that I saw of the part two ones, I think it's like $60 or something, which I don't know. Would you say that's still a reasonable price? I reckon that's still not too bad considering.
Well, yeah, I can't imagine I paid much less 10 years ago. I'd say that's a good price.
Do you display those, or you just like keep them somewhere?
No, I don't display them because, well, mainly I don't want them to get faded by the sunlight, but I also don't have a lot of like wall space or left really to even display them. So it's kind of just like I probably got them with the intention of possibly doing that, but I'm too chicken shit. I don't want them to get faded. That's probably not the right attitude, but oh well.
How would you get them faded though? Like if you kept them in like a darkened room, I guess they'd be all right, wouldn't they? I guess.
Yeah, if you kept them in a room that no sunlight shines in. Well, I mean, I don't think sunlight's gonna hurt them unless the sunlight shines on them directly too. Because I've got posters in rooms that sunlight, lights in. It just doesn't shine on them. But yeah, it's just I think it's mainly because I don't have a lot of wall space left to display them. But yeah.
Yeah, I've often thought like because yeah, I want to get like because I know yeah, like I said, there's a set for part two and the original, and I think I've seen part four as well. But like even displaying them like I'm not exactly sure how I'd go about that. Like, would you just get like a big frame and just put like all of them together in a frame, or you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't want to just pin them to a wall because then you'll obviously damage them a little bit. But yeah, it's something to think about. It'd be good to have them, I guess, like all together, like maybe with like a little, like yeah, like in the case of part two, like have them all together in a frame, like next to a mini poster of like part two or something. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I want to say the smaller ones might be like 8 by 10 or something like that. It's possible they'd all fit in like a normal size poster frame.
Yeah, yeah, definitely need to get on and get those someday before before they really jack up the price of them. Or yeah, I wonder how many of them they printed. Like, I wonder when they were even made. Like, I guess they were made when the movie came out. I guess, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd say they were made when to theatrically or to promote the movie in the theater. But what's funny about them is they all say on
Well,
them.
yeah, obviously I know. Sorry to cut you off, but obviously, yeah, yeah, that's what lobby cards are for, and that. But I guess my thinking was more along the lines like, yeah, are they the original ones from then, or do you reckon they're reprints though?
Oh no no no, they're gonna be the original. Well, I can't vouch for everything on eBay, but I'm pretty sure the ones I got are the originals.
Oh, nice. Yeah, go on with continue with what you were saying.
Oh, well, what I was saying is a lot of them lobby cards have it printed on all of them that, for movie theater promotional use only and not to be sold and must be destroyed or returned to the studio after use. So it's just scary, I hate to think of how many that were, thrown away or burned, and oh my God.
Yeah, that's really crazy. Like that. Yeah, Hollywood. It doesn't really value its history much, does it? Like all when you think about all the props and sets that get destroyed and discarded, it's really crazy and sad in a way.
Yeah, like, to print that on all the lobby cards, like, Jesus, what the hell do they care what the hell happens to these things? I mean, Jesus, send them back to us or destroy them. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Like fuck knows what happened to like half the props from even just this franchise. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what happened to like Jason's machete from this movie? You know what I mean? Like, what dumpster fire did that end up in? You know what I mean?
Or even the sweater, Pamela Voorhees' sweater from the first couple movies.
Yeah. Well, after all that frigging carrot syrup and stuff on it, I don't know how well that would hold up today, um, but yeah, it's really interesting thinking about things like that with props and that. But I do know, like nowadays, like on a lot of like the big movies and stuff, like even just things like Star Wars and stuff, they a lot of those props and that now have got like barcodes and everything on them. Like they take very good care of them. They usually auction some of them off after the movie and things like that.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Okay, so down to the big question: what happened to Paul?
Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. Yeah, isn't the story that he thought he was done filming and they couldn't get a hold of him or something? Like, what's the story the behind the scenes story for that.
I've never heard that they couldn't get a hold of him.
Well, I've always heard, I heard somewhere that like he thought he was done filming, and I don't know where the hell I heard it, but doesn't mean it's true. But yeah,
Was it on the commentary, maybe?
no, I heard it way before the Scream Factory. It doesn't mean it's true. I don't even know where I read it or whatever, but yeah, that is kind of a mystery. Like yeah, I mean, let's just say by chance that that thing I heard isn't true and it was deliberately done. I mean, they must have been their way of trying to. Yeah, that's always kind of bugged me. Why? What's your theory? I don't have a theory, I guess.
Um. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's a strange one because, like, if you to go off like the last time you see him, yeah, it's that scene where, yeah, obviously Jenny gets grabbed by Jason through the window. But that scene, there's no ifs or buts about it. It has to be a dream sequence. You know what I mean? Like, you've got the friggin' muffin dog, for fuck's sake, and she bit the dust earlier and Jason killed her. So it has to be a dream. But, I mean, like, is it like, I don't know, there's really no real answer, is there? Like, why all of a sudden is Ginny, like, yeah, getting hauled away, like, on a gurney, you know? Like, it's just, it's really strange. Like, I mean, part three will try to clear up that as best it can by kind of suggesting, like I said earlier, like how you can get that one shot of like Jason like pulling out the machete out of his shoulder and like crawling away, like suggesting that that's maybe where the movie ended. Maybe yeah, like Paul got killed by Jason in the shack fight that he has with him there, or it's kind of hard to decipher and really know what to believe. I guess. I'm pretty sure with Steve Miner's little cameo in part three is the news reporter at the beginning. That's him on the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he mentions the body count for this movie, and I'm pretty sure Paul is counted in that body count. So, if you want to go by that, then I guess he died.
Huh.
But I guess it's just another one of those Friday the 13th mysteries that we can never really answer, eh?
Oh no.
It's almost like also in part 7 they kind of call back to this ending where Tina gets hauled away into the ambulance and she's calling out for the guy's name, but the ambulance guy's like, "Don't worry, he's okay." And then you get that shot inside the ambulance where he's in there with her, sort of thing. It's like kind of like a callback to this in a weird way.
Yeah, like this is what we meant to do at the end of part 2, but the guy didn't show up for filming.
Yeah, if you can try to remember where you heard that, that's pretty interesting.
Oh, there's no way. It seems like I heard that a long time ago. I can only imagine it would have been something I read online. But even if that were the case, where the guy didn't, he thought he was done filming and he didn't come back. I mean, you could still easily have one of the paramedics say, he's all right. We sent him off in an ambulance already. I mean, you could have simply had a bit of dialogue to explain it. I just don't understand the mystery of the ending and where's Paul. It's just I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, my memory's kind of getting jogged a bit here, where I have heard somewhere that like it was intentional to be like a mystery to what happened to him, and that segues me perfectly into asking you like the very last shot of the movie with Mrs. Voorhees' head on the altar. When you first saw it, did you expect her eyes to open?
Yeah, because you can tell, for the first time that's a woman with makeup on, posing as the head. I mean, it's you could tell. So everyone, it's funny because back in like '91, I was watching it with a buddy, and it was actually we were watching part three, and it had that zoom in at the beginning, and he's like, "Do her eyes open?" So I mean, everyone kind of expects that to happen, I guess, because you can tell it's a woman with makeup on, So I'm pretty sure I expected that as well.
Yeah, that's very true. But I do know that yeah, they actually shot that. Um, her eyes open and stuff. That isn't there. There's something like that that they included with that gore footage that Carl Fulton had, isn't there? Like some sort of test they did for it. I'm not sure if her eyes actually open in
Yeah,
it, but
I think it finishes off that deleted gore footage, and I watched it for the again for the first time in a couple years recently, and I was excited. I was like, oh, maybe her eyes open, and it cuts. Her eyes don't open, and it's just like, God damn it, because I heard that too, that they shot the eyes opening, but decided
it
not
just
to.
looked goofy. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just stupid. They decided not to go with it.
and I think that was supposed to signify, like her eyes opening was supposed to signify that Paul's dead. That's what I've heard.
Okay, how would that signify that?
I don't know. That's just I don't know. Kind of like her eyes open and she, I don't know, probably smiles or whatever, or yeah, her eyes open. And that's what I've heard. I can't remember exactly where I've heard that, but I've heard that somewhere. I don't know if that's like fan sourced or if it's officially from someone who's involved with the film. But yeah, I have heard that before. That that was sort of what they were going for, sort of thing. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things that is yeah, it just makes the film even kind of more mysterious and interesting.
Yeah, that could definitely be said. So let me ask you this: if you can just boil it down to, I don't know, well, I don't know. You can answer, I guess, however you want. But as we all know, this is your favorite film in the franchise. Is there, if I were to ask you, like, can you tell me why that is? What would your answer be? Like, why is this your favorite of the franchise?
I have no problem answering it, but yeah, I might get a little bit long-winded.
Oh, let me
Just
take
say,
a piss. Just kidding.
yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a loaded question, man. I mean, there's just so many things I can say, so many things I love about the movie. Just I mean, first off, I just I love the mood and the atmosphere and the overall look of the film. The starters, Harry knocked it out of the park again with the music. You know, so I mean that's like a big part of it, just like that eeriness that you get throughout the film, and um, like I mentioned way back earlier in the cast, a big part of it is it's the one that really scared me as a kid. Like the first movie, like bothered me a little bit, but this one, I don't know, just something about Jason with that teeter sack on his head just really kind of creeped me out. Thinking like, yeah, what's underneath that mask he's wearing? You know what I mean? I mean, it's obviously that. I love uh, Amy Steele as Jenny. She's my favorite final girl of the franchise, and not only that, but like, sorry, Jamie Lee Curtis, but I like her more than Jamie Lee Curtis, man. Yeah, she's my favorite final girl of all time. Um, I really like it that much, man. Like I said, I really think obviously the script helped a little bit. I mean, because the lines were there, but I really do think she put a lot of thought into the character of Jenny. Like, considering it's a down and dirty slasher film. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the kills. It's got some of my most favorite kills in the franchise. I just think the kills are great. Um, yeah, and a lot of the other. I think it's got not even just Jenny, but I think a lot of the cast is like some of the most likable characters in the franchise. I think they're even. I'd go as far as to say probably in some ways you kind of get to know them a little bit more than you do the kids in a lot of the other films. What would you say on that? Like that aspect of what I'm saying? Would you agree on that?
Yeah, I'd say probably more so than the first, and probably more so than the third. You know, when once you get to four, I'd probably have the characters in four are really fun. But I'd say out of the first three films, yeah, maybe, yeah, I'd say
Yeah,
possibly.
yeah, I would agree. Yeah, you are right. In part four, yeah, I will have to agree with that. The characters, yeah, kind of are fleshed out quite a bit more in that film. I don't know. I think it's just the overpowering this love I have for Amy Still in the role. Like I just think she does a great job at carrying this movie. And like I said, like it just Steve Dash did a great job as well. And also wanted to quickly mention he got some pretty bad burns on his eyes too from like the tape they used to like hold the eye hole in place. Like yeah,
What
he started developing burns and stuff on his like just underneath his eyes and stuff.
the
Yeah, well I guess yeah, he that one eye from that. But yeah, that's definitely suffering for your art. But yeah, just trying to boil it right down. Yeah, I mean, even the lodge itself, I just think is just a great location for a horror movie. You know, I don't know. It's pretty much like a perfect slasher to me. There's almost nothing about the movie that I think like he could have done better. I mean, yeah, there's that little thing about the ending and that, which is, but I think that's kind of cool in a way. You know what I mean? Like that it's sort of it's something that's left up to your imagination. You know what I mean? It's not like nowadays, I guess, where everything, every little thing has to be explained to you. You know what I mean? You got to know everything. You know what I mean? Not saying I'm not guilty of that myself to a certain extent, but I don't know. I think in general it's just a really creepy slasher. You know what I mean? It just always stuck with me. You know, ever since I saw it, like it just always freaked me out. And I even remember my dad saying because like when these were coming out in the theater, like my dad saw them all, like all the Classic Fridays on their initial release, um, and he was around the same age as a lot of the kids in these movies, like early 20s and that when he was seeing these movies. And I remember him even saying, like, when he saw this movie, that, yeah, it creeped him out, you know what I mean? And he was like around 20 or so at the time. So, um, yeah, just overall, I just think it's, I don't know if masterpiece is the right word. I don't know. Like, am I allowed to say that about a Friday movie?
well, yeah, you can say that about a Friday movie.
Yeah, I'd almost go as far as to say I think it's like as far as a slasher can be a masterpiece, I guess I give it that moniker, man. Probably to me, yeah, in my humble opinion, is as much as Halloween. I mean, I love it as much as I do that initial Halloween movie. Maybe even a little bit more, man. Yeah, I mean, well, probably, like I said, it is my favorite slasher. So I probably I guess I would have to admit that I like it even more than the original Halloween movie. And I know there's people, if they're still listening right now, they'll think that's blasphemy and they'll want to shoot me down for that. But that's just me being honest. That's just the love I have for this film, and it's a film that I don't know. I almost think about it like at least a brief thought of it almost daily, Nate. You know what I mean? It really does mean that much to me.
Well, I'd say that's a pretty gosh dang good answer. Thank you very much.
I told you it'd be long winded.
You did warn me.
2 hours.
You did warn me.
Sorry, you were saying?
No, all I said was you did warn me.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know. Where do you rank it? Like in the overall grand scheme of things.
I don't know if we did rankings in the first one. It doesn't really matter. I can, if I didn't do them, or if I did do them, I can do them again. The first film for me is the best, and then Final Chapter is my second best. This is my third favorite Friday.
That's very respectable. Yeah, I mean, our list have the same three movies just in different spots, which is yeah. I think we did mention that in the first episode. Yeah, I kind of blanked that out for a minute, but yeah, for me it's two, four, and then one. But even in saying that though, like this is my overall favorite, but like four and one are still they're right there. They're still films that I love. Pretty much on the same level almost as I do this one. This one, I don't know, it just has a few more of those little elements that just click this a little bit more for my taste, I guess, is the easiest way I can explain it, I guess. But it's taken nothing away from those other two because they're top notch stuff too, but I just want to say this is it's been such a blast to be able to talk about this film. Yeah, it's definitely for me the highest highlight, I guess. But there's a lot of cool stuff to come, and I'm just really glad we could do this once again, mate.
Yeah, yeah, me too. And it's something that we've been meaning to do for quite a while, and it's cool to actually be doing it.
Yeah, for sure. And whoever's still listening to this super sweaty, in depth conversation, I just hope you guys are enjoying the ride and want to keep listening because we've got a lot more to say about this immortal franchise.
Yeah.
It's I mean, what much more can we say about this movie? We've covered so much, and I've said pretty much all I can almost think of to say. Although I will add this, I don't know about you, Nate. I know you're not as into like merch and stuff as much as I am. Like I know you like your lobby cards and things like that, and you have a few action figures and that. But I do plan sometime in the future to create my own Mrs. Voorhees altar.
Oh, okay.
That would be really cool. Like I've seen a few fans that have that, but there are people that sell that prop of the head and that, and they're pretty screen accurate. But that'd be totally boss to have that in your house. But I bet you though, if you get the meter man coming around or someone to do maintenance of that, they're going to see that and they're going to think, this guy might be the death of me.
Yeah, you might get the authorities knocking at your door. Oh.
You ever experienced much of that? Like people seeing your horror collection and kind of thinking, well, this guy's a bit weird.
No, because I don't have a lot of people come into my abode, so I don't have much experience with that. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I don't get too many views, but like kind of way back in the past when I was growing up, I've had I think I might have mentioned that on the show, but
Yep.
I've had a couple of people that have raised their eyebrows, like, is this kid all right? But that's the funny thing about us horror fans, though. Like even the actors that do a lot of these cons say the same thing. You know what I mean? Like horror fans are some of the nicest folks you can run into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. I reckon a lot more nice than fans of sporting events and sports people and motorcycles and
Yeah, it's a good point. You know what I mean? We don't try to threaten to kill someone if they get an own goal or
yeah, or
something like that. I guess you know what I mean.
get in fights at the sporting event.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean. Yeah, I know there would have been like at least a couple of people though when I was growing up thinking, this guy's watched Friday the 13th 100 times. Is he going to go on a killing spree with a machete one of these days? You know what I mean? Is he going to go all Tommy Jarvis?
Yeah, I can remember, when I was a young kid and not doing my schoolwork, my parents took me to see some shrink because I was an avid drawer as a kid. I found it to be a fun outlet to do drawings and stuff, and I was just getting into the Friday the 13th films, and it's before I really ever started watching them, but I was familiar with the cover, VHS cover for Final Chapter, so I drew in a little notebook a hockey mask with a knife in the eye, and of course, when I went to see the shrink, mom's like, "Well, bring your drawings," and once the shrink woman turned the page to this image of the hockey mask with the knife in the eye, she's like, "Well, what are you thinking about when you're drawing this stuff?" Not knowing herself that it's a fucking, it's a recreation of a movie poster or movie VHS box. It's like, here she thinks I'm some psycho and I'm just recreating what someone was paid to create for a movie promotion.
That's hilarious, isn't it? Yeah. It's kind of like the old tale. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get influenced by this, gonna get influenced by that. Yeah, it's nowadays. Like the kid playing GTA, like, people are wondering if he's gonna go, psycho and act someone up. But I mean, for me, like, yeah, it would have been cool if I had mentioned this, like, while I mean, we're still recording, but like, while we were talking about like the nitty gritty of the film. But for me, the kills in a slasher film, it's almost like a magic trick to me. You know what I mean? Like, I love looking at it, thinking like, how did they achieve that? It's just cool.
Oh, it absolutely, yeah. You could acquaint it as a magic trick. Movie tricks, magic tricks. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what it's always been. I mean, it's just it's just fun. You know what I mean? I mean, like that's what horror kind of is like when you really boil it down. Yeah, it's sort of a fun way to be scared. You know what I mean? It's a way to kind of deal with your own kind of, I guess, fears and stuff in a safe environment.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it before. Like, I think we can both agree that we don't like. I'm pretty sure I heard you say that we're both, not a fan of, or perhaps, disgusted by. We don't want to watch videos of real violence or real people dying, but it's kind of a watching horror movies is a kind of a way to maybe work through some kind of whatever without yeah, dealing with something without having to, yeah, I don't even know how to put it into words, knowing that it's fake, but so it's not really a threat. Yeah, I don't even know if I can put it into words. It's like you say, safely deal with something maybe a little more. I can't even put it into words at this point, 5 hours in.
Isn't that interesting though? Like, yeah, how by like the real thing we're just so repulsed. And yeah, you're right in in saying that, man, that's exactly how I feel. Yeah, the real stuff, I can't handle that. You know what I mean? Like I think that was Matt who brought that up. Like he was talking about someone dying like on a
Oh yeah,
amusement park ride or something, and he was asking you or something if you wanted to see like the real footage, you can go watch it online, and
yeah,
you're like, yeah, no thanks, you know, like and yeah, that's exactly how I feel, man. I just yeah, the real deal is just, it's got a whole different feel about it. You know what I mean? It's just yeah, got a whole different vibe and feel about it, and it's just I mean yeah, like I there's obviously the thing that you know I know that what I'm watching is it's you know it's not for a gag, you know what I mean? It's friggin' real, you know.
yeah. It is weird. I don't know. I'm sitting here trying to figure out like why I enjoy seeing fake murder on screen. I guess I don't have an answer. At least not now. But
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I don't really know other than I guess like the easiest way I can kind of say is like what I kind of rehash what kind of like what I just said. Like you know, I get a kick out of like the magic trick. You know what I mean?
oh
Just
yeah,
sort of like
that's probably it.
the
Yeah.
little. It's sort of the little kid in me. Like yeah, gets kind of amazed by it. You know what I mean? It's like you know, like that's incredible. Like just how you pulled that off, and it looks cool. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like when I don't know about you. Like I think maybe we mentioned this maybe in the last episode, but I don't know about you, but like for me, when I watch these films, like especially films like the Friday films and stuff that I really love, like while I'm watching them, I kind of revert back to that little kid while I'm watching the film. You know what I mean? I
Oh
kind of
yeah.
revert back to that kind of mentality about myself and just enjoy the show, so to speak. You know?
I think, yeah, now that you mention it, I think that's a big part of it for me. It's like, we watched these things for the first time when we were kids. So I guess it's the same thing like my dad. He was from the era of make hot rods and drive your hot rods around and stuff. So for him, up until his final days or years or whatever, I mean, that's what brought him happiness is like having this hot rod he could work on and drive around. So I mean it's kind of like whatever I guess possibly brings you happiness as a kid. I guess you kind of just hold on to that throughout your life. There's something really to be said for just whatever happiness that you can find in your childhood, and I think it's really, really, those formidable years of being a child, a young person and stuff is a really, really more important time than a lot of people give it credit for. And yeah, it's like you spend, maybe not everyone, but I wouldn't say spending the rest of your life chasing your youth. But I mean, if you are fortunate enough to experience any like true happiness in your youth, it's so powerful that it's just fun to experience over and over.
That's very well said, and I can't agree with that anymore. Yeah, you've really nailed it that way. Yeah, it is. Yeah, in a way, strange way, it's a way to kind of yeah, re-experience what it's like to be a kid, I guess. And I don't know about for you, but for me, like my youth, like being a child, like is probably the most enjoyable part of my life experience. You know what I mean? I mean, don't get me wrong, like yeah, I've experienced some cool stuff along the way as well, but I don't know. I just always get drawn back to those formidable years, as you called them. You know, I think that's another reason why. Yeah, I love films like Goonies and things like that. You know what I mean? Because they take me back. You know.
Yeah, yeah, very, very true. And yeah, I think, like I say, something about experiencing, joy at that age is the most purest form of joy. And unfortunately, it's like the older you get and the more jaded from this world, it's like, not to say that we don't experience new joy as an adult, but somehow it's like, I don't know, it's not the same kind of joy, is it?
Yeah, it's almost like it's kind of filtered. You know what I mean? Like you still kind of you feel it and stuff. And like, don't get me wrong, like, there's things that I still get excited about. But to be honest, like a lot of the time, they're things that somehow still correlate somehow back to something that I loved as a youth. You know what I mean? Like, just as an example, like we were talking before about the discovery of the extra gore for this movie. Like I was giddy as a friggin' 10-year-old schoolgirl when I found that out. You know what I mean? I was like, that is so fucking cool. Like I can't wait to see that. And yeah, I'd just be thinking about it all the time until I finally got to see it. But yeah, it's what can you do? We all get older and that, it's inevitable. But I don't think there's anything wrong with never forgetting the child inside of you. And I think it's even something that can help you in your adult years. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I don't think it's too good to be too serious in life. You know what I mean? I mean, for me myself, I really only be serious when it's absolutely essential, mate. Like, you know what I mean? I'd just rather keep things light.
Yeah, there's this line in Child's Play 3, and that just pisses me off every time I see it. And I saw that movie in the theater, when I was 14, and I always felt the same way about this line. This old fucker at the the whatchamacallit, it's five plus hours into this talk. I don't. It's the whatever it is, the military school or whatever. This head honcho guy is giving Barkley a Andy Barkley a little talk or
It's
whatever.
time to put away child things, Barkley. Become a
It,
man.
exactly. When I was a child, I behaved and thought as a child, and when I became a man, I put away childish things. And it's just like, oh yeah, well then, what's with all this uniform bullshit and all this artillery and all this military bullshit? I'd say that's more childish than anything a kid can get his hands into.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I don't want to sound sexist in any way, but like, it's a lot rarer with a chick. You know what I mean? That like, if you find a chick who's like in her 30s or even 20s or whatever, that like is like gets as giddy about like things from her youth as much as a dude will. You know what I mean? I know a few chicks that are like that. They're like one girl I know on Facebook, like this is actually her favorite slasher of all time too, Friday 2. And I mean, yeah, she knows pretty much just as much about the franchise as we do, but it's a lot a lot rarer with a woman at times. And yeah, sometimes women will even try to judge you on that shit. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they'll tell you you've got the Peter Pan syndrome. You know what I mean? But I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd be all that, Nate. I'd be all that.
is that a reference I'm supposed to understand?
No, that's just me being eccentric. That's just me being me.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't want to not get it or whatever, but so it is close to 11 p.m. where I am, and we've been talking. Well, I've been on the computer since 1 p.m. So yeah, I'd say
Man, that's a long.
I'd say if you said your piece on Friday too, maybe we could do the old wrap it up a Rooney.
Yeah, no, that's all good in my book. And I've definitely said my piece in this one. Like I said, Yeah, I can't really think of anything really that I haven't mentioned, but no, it's like I said, yeah, it's been a pleasure, and yeah, I'm just really glad we could do this, and yeah, really glad to keep going with it, and yeah, there's a lot of good stuff that we can still discuss, and I just hope, like I said before, man, I hope people are enjoying the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And kudos to anyone who listens to the whole thing. I definitely understand people doing it in parts, but that's definitely really cool to be able to just, listen to it at anyone's leisure, at work, or doing whatever. So that's what's cool about these things. You definitely don't have to hear them all at once, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, I can't wait to yeah, talk about part three, and yeah, give my reasons why the things I like and don't like so much about that entry in the franchise. And I don't know, for some reason I think we're going to butt heads a little bit on that one. I think you're going to come to the movie's defense in some ways, which is cool, and I look forward to hearing.
Yeah, I don't think we'll. I don't know if we'll butt heads as much as we will on New Beginning. I think that'll be the biggest head butter.
Yeah, that's definitely where I'm thinking. Yeah, we're going to butt heads the most. That'll definitely be an interesting discussion, I think, for people to listen to. Um, then there's some things about that film. It's going to be cool to get that off my chest.
You've been waiting for years to do that.
Yeah, well, I've been waiting for years to be able to do this just in general, just talk Friday. You know what I mean? Yeah, ever since like yeah, podcasting was a thing. Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to podcasts since like '07, so um, always wanted to do Friday talks and stuff. So I mean, it's just yeah, don't want to sound too sappy or whatever, but it's for me, it's a dream come true. It's really cool, and to get to do it with you, man. And yeah, I've always for years been a fan of your channel, so yeah, it's just a blast, mate, to be able to do this.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad we're finally doing it. And when I'll keep you on the line after and we can say a few more words after the recording's over, just so you know that. But I guess that'll pretty much do it for this recording. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening, and we definitely look forward to having you join us on the next Friday the 13th discussion.
No worries. Thanks a lot, folks. Stay scared, eh?
Stay scared, and we'll catch you on the next one. Thanks, everyone.